All right, folks, this is our official 2024 live stream for the USA election. Trump versus Harris. Who's going to take it? I'm actually opening some mail. All right. Yo, how's it going?
Test.
Yep, gotcha.
Fuck.
Well, Bucky, what have you noticed so far?
Looks a lot like 2020 did.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm seeing as well, similar to 2020. That's not good news for Trump.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've seen enough elections to, absolutely qualify my position, but considering it looks like 2020, and I think that centrists dislike Trump more now than they did in 2020, I kind of assume it's going to go for Harris.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking that way right now, but I've seen these, sometimes this just, you go to bed and all of a sudden you wake up and it's a different reality, right? For everyone who's
that's what happened.
For anyone who's wondering, I would have voted for Kamala Harris. If anyone's wondering my position, I actually might put that up on the screen just to keep everyone from asking.
Ew! But what do you mean you would have?
Well, I mean, I would. I'm Canadian.
Oh yeah, I forget.
But much like Richard Dawkins, I do think other countries should be able to vote in the USA elections because they affect everyone.
Oh, piss off. It's our country.
Smash that like button, everyone. I see there's a bunch of you in the room already. If you want to join us, this is a live stream. Like, there's a lot of live streams, a lot of shows going out there right now. This is a live stream where you can just call in and vent your position, chat about what's going on, chat about your feelings about this election. I'm going to give you guys the link. But very, very casual. Share your feelings with us. What are you feeling? Join.
I'm going to be honest, Travis.
Yeah.
I did not know this was a actual YouTube live, and I was wondering who the hell you were referring to by all you people.
Oh, yeah. We just went live. So
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I was so confused.
Yeah, on Discord we do have this live hangout situation here. Nebu, what are you thinking? Are you following the election?
No, I'm not. Last I looked, I think it was like 3 to 23 electoral votes, but no, I've not been following it.
Yeah, well, I got it pulled up here. Did you?
It's like 188.
Did you guys get out to vote?
Yes, sir.
Do you guys care to share who you voted for?
Chase.
Did you say Trace?
Chase Oliver.
Oh, Chase Oliver. Okay. I'm actually going to also be turning on my Canucks game during this live stream, just in the background. So if it looks like I'm staring angrily into the screen, it's because something bad is happening to my Canucks. So
I should have voted for Justin Trudeau.
That would make you a smart man. Well, how's everyone doing out there? At least spam this chat and tell me how you're feeling about the results so far. If you're not in the U.S., what do you feel about U.S. election results? Do you care about them? Do you think they affect you in any way? Let me know. I do care how you feel. I'm going to pull up my my Canucks game in a different browser here. For those of you who don't know what the Canucks are, Vancouver Canucks, NHL hockey. I'm Canadian. No, I need my Sportsnet 1 app. Am I already signed in? Right. Who do you guys want to see?
Wait, to be fair,
yeah, go ahead. Yep.
I was gonna say, just to be fair, like right now with the current results, it's kind of set up for a red sweep, House, Senate, and President. But I kind of expect the president to flip.
Look at the popular vote is like separated by only a few million right now. That's crazy at this stage.
Yeah, it's like 34 to 39 in favor of Trump.
Yeah. And before people like get too excited about anything, I know it looks like lopsided in the count right now. But this is going to also change overnight. So, Alex says, I want Claudia Scheinbaum to win. I don't even know who that is. It is going to be close, says CW. Alphonse Noel says, Harris Waltz 2024. Yeah, I'm with you. I'd vote Harris. I mean, look, I am not in the business of voting criminal minds into the highest position of power in the world. I think Donald Trump has a criminal mind. I don't think he's an evil person, but I think he's proven himself to have a criminal mind, and I don't think he is the lesser of two evils in any way, shape, or form. I think Harris supports an attempt to maximize well-being distribution to everyone in the country. Her policies map better onto that than Trump's. I think Trump's policies are grounded in a more traditional attitude towards, with a way lighter emphasis on social programs, which I think there's a lot of human well-being created through social programs. And I'm going to pull up some more comparisons here, specific comparisons, but we don't have to jump into that right away. But it's nice to see you all here.
Typical Canadian response.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I don't blame you.
Oh, Canada. Michael says, Can the damage done to America and the division caused be cured? I mean, everyone, like, first of all, I got to talk about this, like, insane use of language that I see on Twitter. Now, some people might say, oh, no, that's what Twitter is all about. But I see a lot of people use language in a semi-intelligent way on Twitter. And like Elon Musk, like what's wrong with this guy? Elon Musk is someone who I used to appreciate, at a certain level. I didn't know too much about him, but I liked some of the products his companies were putting out. And I think, I like what he's doing in the solar energy sector and all of these different things in electric vehicles. But some of this stuff he's been saying in support of Donald Trump, like, let's go to this one. Go vote right now. The future of the world is at stake. Does anyone think that is an intelligent thing to say or a wise thing to say? Do people think that's that's fair game?
Doing that too.
What's that?
I said the left is doing that stuff too. I've seen that a lot on.
But that's just whataboutism, right? Like, but they're doing it too. It's like, okay, I get it.
It's flat on its face ridiculous on both sides.
There are going to be idiots out there on both sides. But I'm talking about Elon Musk in the position of power on his platform like he has here. I think that's just like an idiot. That's something an idiot says. The future of the world is at stake. How can anyone still believe that? People say this crap every year to try and I guess they're trying to get those last few people who haven't got up off their ass to vote yet to scare them into voting or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was around noon. I was listening to NPR, and they're like, "This is the most important election the U.S. has ever had." I'm like, I don't know. It's another fucking election. Oh, sorry. It's another election between a sleazeball and a dirtbag. It's just another election.
Well, let's assess the Harris thing. What makes you think Harris? What's wrong with Harris?
Well, real quick.
Yeah.
For the one person that was asking if the nation could heal, we literally went through an actual civil war where we killed almost 1 million of our own people. I think we'll survive the election. But personally, for me with Harris, the issue is she seems to be two-faced on a number of issues. I don't really trust her to do the things she claims that she is going to do, and I think that's mostly it. I don't really trust her to actually do what she claims she's going to do.
Okay. So let's I'm going to look up Kamala Harris track record on delivering on her policy promises. Let's see this. I think it's worth reading through this. Vice President Kamala Harris has a multifaceted track record in delivering on her policy promises, shaped by her roles as California's Attorney General, U.S. Senator, and Vice President. By the way, we're talking about California's, Attorney General, previous Attorney General, U.S. Senator, and Vice President up against Donald Trump, who, yes, he did have 4 years in the office, but if we're looking at if we're comparing,
Trump also has that same issue.
What's that? Say that again.
Trump also did a really shit job at fulfilling his promises.
Yeah,
he didn't do anything
exactly.
With the border. He didn't help with the guns. Yeah.
Yeah, if we want to start, picking at policy promises and who carried out what, Donald Trump did a shit job, right? And we can get to that. So as California's Attorney General, criminal justice reform, Harris implemented the Back on Track program, offering first-time nonviolent drug offenders an opportunity for education and employment instead of incarceration. This initiative aimed to reduce recidivism and promote rehabilitation. Consumer protection, she secured a $20 billion settlement for California homeowners during the foreclosure crisis, holding major banks accountable for mortgage fraud. However, some critics argue that the settlement did not provide sufficient relief to affected homeowners. So yeah, it came in light, but it came in. As a U.S. Senator, healthcare, Harris co-sponsored the Medicare for All Act, advocating for a single-payer healthcare system to ensure universal coverage. While the bill did not pass, it highlighted her commitment to healthcare reform. Immigration, she supported the DREAM Act, aiming to provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants brought to the U.S. as children. Despite her advocacy, comprehensive immigration reform remains unachieved. So those, as a senator, those notes, these are things she fought for, but didn't they didn't pass. And that's a different thing.
And that's not her fault.
That's not her fault. At least she brought it. Brought it forward, right? As vice president, abortion rights following the Supreme Court. And this is a huge issue, by the way, this election. Abortion is everywhere from what I can tell.
What can the president do for abortion rights in the United States, realistically? We already have our Supreme Court stacked in the against favor of abortion rights.
Yeah. Just, being in the position of ultimate power and voicing what should be the case, and building up support for that case as the commander in chief, that's a very powerful thing that you can do. So that's more of what you can do to sway the political opinion end the politics of those who want to be popular with their voting constituency. But yeah, if you're talking about like directly, I mean, what, this idea that Trump wants to somehow have abortion be left up to the states as opposed to it be a federal issue. That's one thing where a president can come in and work to implement that, right? As far as I know.
I mean, they can voice their advocacy for it, I suppose. But like, by the way, I'm not for at abortion being on the state level. I think if it's something that we're calling murder or not murder, it should be on the federal level because murder is just as bad in Michigan as in Florida.
Well,
but
that's the thing. Like, never has this been codified as murder anywhere. So if someone wants to run on that or try to make that a thing, like, good luck. Like, I can imagine like that would be a complete suicide to any presidential candidate coming in to say, oh, I'm running on this thing that abortion's murder. I didn't like Sarah Palin try that.
I don't know, and I'm not saying that we should say it is or isn't murder. I'm just saying, like, if abortion should be illegal, the reason it should be illegal is because it's killing someone without cause, which is murder, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying abortion is murder, but if we're going to stop it, it should be on a federal level. If it's murder to kill a baby in Florida, it should be, if it's murder to kill an infant in the womb in Florida, it should be in Michigan too.
Yeah, you're saying put up or shut up. Like, either codify this or it's not murder. Fine, and people can attempt this. I mean, my personal opinion on this is calling this murder is probably the most outdated, ridiculous conceptualization of what goes on with abortions. But let me know what you guys think about abortions in the chat. Someone says Kamala will free Diddy. Oh, that's what we all need. Yeah.
By the way, AP just called Colorado for Harris.
Colorado for Harris? I guess that's not surprising. Everyone, we got 66 of you in the room right now. Smash that like button as hard as you fucking can for your candidate who you want to see win. Smash it, slash it, bash it, thrash it. What else? Thrash, bash, crash. That's all I got. My Canucks game is on right now too, and I'm sacrificing it to the hockey gods at this moment. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. What has Trump done for America? Like, that's a really good question. Now, I'm going to put this up. Like, I would have, of course, voted for Kamala Harris, and I mentioned earlier why, but I want to keep reading through this. So, abortion rights, as Vice President Kamala Harris, following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, Harris launched a reproductive freedoms tour, visiting states to advocate for reproductive rights and access to abortion services. She has positioned herself as a leading voice on the issue within the administration, and I am very much appreciative of her position on abortion rights for women. Immigration. Appointed to address the root cause of migration from Central America, Harris secured $4.2 billion from the private sector to create jobs in the region. However, challenges at the U.S.-Mexico border persist, and her handling of the immigration crisis has faced criticism from both sides of the political spectrum. So yeah, I think probably on immigration is where there's the biggest, maybe abortion, but on immigration might be the biggest separation between her and how Trump feels about the southern border. So I mean, I went through a few things there for those of you who weren't here earlier, but it was, a question was brought up by Bucky Balls here, CJ Bucky Balls, as to I can't believe I'm saying that name, but as to what Harris's track record is on delivering on her policy promises. Now, to be fair, let's look up. Let's try this. Donald Trump track record on delivering on his. Does he identify as he, him?
By the way, a buckyball is a molecule containing 60 atoms of carbon that are interlinked like the stitching on a soccer ball.
Okay, well, you can tell the YouTube algorithm people that when they come to slit my throat for saying balls on the air. And I probably shouldn't have said slit my throat either. Fuck. This is going to get demonetized.
You can say just Bucky or Buckminster Fullerene or CJ.
I'll just call you King Buck. Donald Trump's track record on delivering his policy promises during his presidency 2017 to 2021 is mixed. Why does it say 2017 to 2021? That's funny. Is mixed with some commitments.
He entered office in 2017 and left in 2021.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, most places you're going to read the 2016, 2020, but whatever. Promises kept. Tax reform. Trump signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in December 2017, reducing the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21% and lowering individual tax rates for many Americans. Judicial appointments. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices and numerous federal judges, significantly influencing the judiciary's conservative tilt. So yeah, this was a promise he kept. Deregulation. The administration rolled back numerous federal regulations, particularly in environmental and business sectors, aiming to reduce governmental oversight. Okay. So those were the main promises kept by this report. Promises partially kept. Border wall. Approximately 452 miles of barriers were constructed along the U.S.-Mexico border, primarily replacing existing structures. Mexico did not fund the wall, contrary to campaign promises. Trade deals. Trump negotiated NAFTA, resulting in the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. However, the broader goal of reducing trade deficits was not fully realized. Now, here are the promises not kept. Repealing the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. Efforts to repeal and replace the ACA were unsuccessful, leaving the law largely intact. Infrastructure investment. Despite promises of significant infrastructure spending, no comprehensive plan was enacted during his term. Reducing national debt. The national debt increased during Trump's tenure, partially due to tax cuts and increased spending. Well, there's some stuff.
Well, at least he cut taxes. Am I right? I mean, realistically, the biggest thing I hear people talking about, like, the biggest reason I see people around me voting for Trump is because they say he helped the economy. That's, like, their biggest argument. Well, I'm not saying that that's actually true. It's just that that's what most people perceive of it.
You guys can all call in if you want to join our Discord server. The link is right there. Call in. You can air your frustration. Just keep it good faith and helpful. We're going to be rolling all night here, I think. Ezra, welcome to the chat.
Oh, what's up? Sorry, I was just listening in.
Why didn't you join us in Colorado, motherfucker?
You see, I had to work and I forgot to use my vacation days early.
So in other words, you just came up with an excuse right now.
No.
I'm just bugging you. So what do you think of how the election's going? You have any thoughts?
One way or another, no matter how the election turns out, I think, honestly, as an American, we will make it. It's not the end of the world,
Exactly.
You
know? No shit. Like, I can...
Agreed.
Yeah, like, I cannot stand the radical extremist language that, like, I mean, Twitter is a piece of shit right now. I like Twitter sometimes. It's like, sometimes it's fun. It's cool. It's when people aren't acting like children. But right now, like, people like Elon Musk and it's not only on the Trump support side, it's other people too on the other side. It's people are acting like complete fools and it's embarrassing. Like, I hope their children never like stumble upon the crap that they're saying on social media here, because it's very embarrassing. But that's an important message. Like, remember when Trump won, everyone was like, I got to get out of here before the United States explodes. And all of a sudden, he had his 2016 to 2020, nothing exploded. People were pissed off about certain things, but it you know, everyone was fine, whatever.
Yeah.
So, you know, we need to, everyone needs to be a little more rational to their purposes here. Like reflect on what your actual purposes are in engaging in political discourse or in politics in general. The policies. Also try to understand what policies on either side you're excited about. Because if you're really being, honest with yourself, there will be policies on either side of each cabinet political party that you are excited about. So yeah, I'm probably going to eat dinner here.
Either way,
but yeah, go ahead.
Either way, I'll be disappointed.
I mean, we could change that. It's just going to take a long time.
Yeah, the entire third party roster right now is totaling like 1% of the total votes.
Yeah, to get noticed and recognized is quite expensive, and
My bad. 1.3.
I'm gonna do the
1.3%.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the policy comparison, a quick policy comparison of Trump and Harris right now again, because to me, this is what's important. Everyone should know what the fuck's going on with regards to policy in any election they're voting in. It's like character of the leader you're voting for does matter to some degree. It does. For me, with Trump, it's a big one because I think he has a criminal mind. I don't want to vote someone in who has a criminal mind. He's a criminal. That's not to say Trump is evil or he can't do good. If he gets in, I'm sure he will do some good. But he's got a criminal mind. I don't vote criminal minds into positions of power. I'm not in that business.
DC was called for Harris.
Yeah, I think that's expected. Kamala Harris. So let's do a quick refresher on the policies here. So here are some basic ones. Okay, economy and taxes. Harris proposes raising taxes on individuals earning over $400K and increasing corporate taxes. She aims to provide tax credits for first-time home buyers and expand the low-income housing tax credit. So it seems to be focusing on people, taking away from people who have a lot and focusing on people who don't have a lot. And Trump plans to extend the 2017 tax cuts, which primarily benefit higher income individuals and reduce corporate taxes. He also advocates for deregulation to stimulate economic growth. So, it's about, classic Republican platform, right? Tax cuts, carrying over the same ones from 2017. Healthcare. Harris supports expanding the Affordable Care Act and restoring abortion rights through federal legislation. I'm so 100% behind Harris on this. She also proposes measures to reduce prescription drug costs by allowing Medicare to negotiate prices. Trump seeks to repeal the Affordable Care Act and replace it with a different system, though specific details are limited. He opposes federal mandate on abortion, preferring to leave this issue to individual states. Now, the problem with this is that Trump knows, and so do the rest of the Republican Party know, that if this happens, there are certain states that are going to outlaw abortion, right? What are those women supposed to do if they need an abortion? Forcing them to move to a different state, go out of state to get this done? Well, I think that's disgusting if he doesn't care about this. I really do. I really think it's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think he cares, which means he's disgusting.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Sorry.
No, I look, and I get it if it's like, I think this should be an individual choice. No woman should ever be forced to have an abortion or whatever. Like, of course not. But like, to not care whether or not a woman has access to a safe abortion if they feel as though they need it. Look, and I'm all for Oh, and look at these comments. You know, adoption. Yeah, okay, that's worked out really good.
I mean, look at it like this. People will find a way to do something, right? And if you're not giving someone a safe place to do it, they're going to use a coat hanger that isn't sterilized, get infected, and then die. Now you have 2 deaths. What do you want?
Yeah, exactly.
You
like
know?
a lot of people think that it's like this, like, you know, you go out, you fuck, you get pregnant, you shove out the kid, and then you just pass on to abortion, and then she's done with it, right? That is the most ignorant bullshit that anyone could ever believe, and it just goes to show you that a lot of people are literally morally bankrupt on some issues. They need to start from scratch. You need to get out there, engage in some scientific and philosophical discourse to really get a handle on these topics, instead of just sitting there entrenched in this, like, well, you know, she should have thought about that before she opened her legs. Like, this is a disgusting attitude.
Abortion is a hard one to conceive too. Like I refused to take a position on it for so long because I didn't understand necessarily the perspective of the pro-choice end until I started listening to like arguments about bodily autonomy and stuff. But I think one thing I hear a lot is this idea that, well, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Well, forcing someone to have a child they don't want to also seems like a wrong thing to me.
Right.
Like, you're also doing a wrong thing.
Yeah, look, and I'm not of the radical breed of someone who thinks that, oh, woman's choice, final, end of story, no regulation. No, absolutely not. There should be laws in place to make sure that, you know, a woman cannot decide to have an abortion a week before her original due date. Of course. And that never happens anyway, by the way. But I still think for the fringe cases where some crazy person might want to abuse that, and of course, no doctor is going to do that anyway, but having some laws in place to, you know, help the, you know, the hardcore abortion haters sleep just a little bit better, so that they know that, like, you know, a fetus a week before the original due date isn't being aborted, then they can, you know, then maybe they feel as though they won something when really it's not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, for those people that are saying that people are doing like late term abortions, I love to see evidence of abortions of infants that are like 24 weeks plus being terminated and evacuated. Like, I'd really like to see that.
I mean, that's just quite a distasteful thing to kind of like try to argue that, like, without evidence, nonetheless, that, you know, the third trimester babies are being aborted.
Yeah, I mean, like,
if that's happening, it shouldn't be happening, but I don't see evidence of it.
It's not happening. That's the thing. It doesn't happen. Someone might point to some fringe case where an abortion was necessary to save the mother or whatever, but it just doesn't happen. But, you know, it, like in Canada, there are laws. I think it's after 26 weeks you can't get an abortion, which, you know, and these are what's informing these laws is basically that's when the pain neurons start firing in the developing fetus. So, you know, we don't have to spend all night on abortion, but, you know, it's one that really does, you know, bother me when we don't look out for the women in our society, the females in our society. And that's
it's not even just the women. Like my half sister was born 22, 24 weeks. Like she was taken out of the womb at 22, 24 weeks. She's still alive 12 years later. Like,
right.
I guess that's arguing from the opposite side, but
yeah.
No one, I don't think anyone is seriously considering terminating an infant, killing an infant, or sorry, a fetus that's 22 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, and I wouldn't argue that it's impossible for the fetus to survive after those periods. But, you know, see, the thing is that I think this is going to be an evolving issue. The more and more we learn about the developing brain and mind, as our models become more detailed and we learn more about the relationship between our conceptualization of the brain and the mind, we might find that we are allowing abortions too late, but we should allow science and the development of our models to better inform us from a human well-being perspective on what the right choice, what the right laws and legislations should be when it comes to abortion. And I mean, like all of these moral laws, they should be provisional based on what we know.
What's the abortion policy in Canada, Trav?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think it's like up to 26 weeks you can have an abortion.
And then, like, before that, it's just like, if medically, just whatever, or just when medically necessary?
Just whenever. I think it's whenever. I think there sometimes are medically necessary abortions that happen after that date, but those are, because the carrying mother needs to be, there's too much risk to her. That's my current understanding without pulling it up. But guys, we have 184 of you in the room right now. Please just take a second to smash that like button. We are going to be here all night. You can jump into this conversation right now by joining our Discord server. It's linked right here. I'm going to drop it for you guys again. So smash the like button, smash. Let's get a lot of people in here. This is a place to vent your frustrations or celebrate the election results, whatever you want to do. We're just going through policy comparisons right now. Everyone should be informed on the policies on either party. And also what's important that I brought up a little while ago here is that try to find something positive if your candidate does not win, if your party does not win. Find something positive. Surely there's something within the policy platform of your political enemy that you can be excited about. And if you don't think there is, I want you, if you don't think that's the case, list for me what you think is important in the chat, and I will show you how the person you did not vote for is bringing something forward that could help with some of those things on your list. So, people get very narrow-minded about this, think that if their guy loses, then they just lose, like everything's a loss. And you don't have to think of things that way.
Yeah.
It looks like the gap here is closing a little bit between Harris and Trump on the electoral votes.
Harris was picking up. She was at exactly half electoral, and now it's 112 to 198. I don't know if you guys can see the screen I'm sharing, but I'm trying to keep it over the election results.
Yeah. And look, everyone, don't allow yourself to get too excited before you go to sleep tonight. I don't know how late you're going to be awake, but I'm saying that because things change overnight.
Or upset. I think traditionally it leans Democrat over the night, especially with a lot of the mail-ins. But
yeah, it's gonna. I think it's gonna be close. I would still keep my prediction at Harris winning the popular end in the Electoral College. I think she's gonna win. It's been a really desperate effort by the Trump campaign to do everything they possibly can. If Trump's campaign, if they don't lose, there's nothing, or if they do lose, there's nothing they could have done, I think, in my opinion, based on what they're running on.
I don't know, man. I think that Trump probably has popular vote. I'd almost go certainly he has it, but I'm pretty sure Harris is going to get electoral.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I've heard other people make those predictions too, and I'm no political expert, so there's way smarter.
Neither am I, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for the likes, guys. Keep smashing that like button. Really appreciate it. There's 234 of you in the room right now. Let's get that number up. We're talking election results. People are saying Palestine for the W. Yeah, I don't think so. Bingo bongo. Palestine for the W.
For the win.
I mean, Palestine for the
that
W.
place is barely livable
Come on.
under current conditions.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Why is Colorado split into two different things?
You're seeing it split? I don't.
Well, like they split their electoral votes, and right now it's like 2 red, 1 blue, or something like that. Maine does that shit too, I think.
Okay, so foreign policy. Now, a lot of people think that. Well, first I'm going to read what's here, and then we can talk about what a lot of people, what Donald Trump has been saying about foreign policy. Right? This idea of like, when I get in office, I will bring those wars to an end instantly. It's like, now, if anyone believes that, I think you are very cognitively vulnerable.
Sorry, I'm stupid. I was looking at the House allocations.
Oh.
Not the electoral college.
Yeah.
I just hate it when the spicy Cheeto man tells me, he can end a war, and I just now have to vote for him.
Yeah. What's up, Pappy? What do you got? If you're new to Discord, Pappy, you can just unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just watching. I'm just curious, what's going on over here.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Who are you voting for? Are we not talking about that here?
No, you can talk about that here.
Okay.
I am Canadian, but I would be voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I voted this time for the first time. I normally never vote.
Yeah.
I usually just leave it blank. I vote for everything else, like in my city.
Yeah.
I like voting local. Cool. And then, so funny enough, when they send me a mail coming, it's like telling you what you voted for, it says that I haven't voted the past couple of years just because I didn't vote for president, which I found funny.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I don't know how
weird.
that works, but
yeah, just a fun fact.
How would they even know that? I don't think they should even be able to know that.
And funny how it came like in a scratcher type of mail, like, so I had a scratch off, like it looked like a scratch off ticket, and it told me there who I voted for, and it said I didn't vote.
So who did you vote for this year, and how did they win your vote?
Well, like I said, I went into vote, and I was in 2016 was when I started. I'm very anti-establishment, so it kind of comes. 1 second, I'm getting a call.
Yeah,
I'll ignore it. But basically, I voted for Trump.
Yep.
And it all started back in 2016 because a hunch came on. I was like, why is the media and everybody attacking him so much? Like, I'm Mexican, and I was like, I don't even have this disdain for the guy. I'm like, why are they like 100% of the media going after this guy? So I didn't vote for him then because I'm like, whatever. And then it just continued to fester, like, just for what, 8? I don't know how long it's been. 16. So almost 10 years they've been shitting on this guy. Extremely, like, how would I say, just too much, it's
right. Yeah.
To the point where it's like, why? And that's why I became, I looked into it and I became a Trump supporter.
Right.
That's why I voted for Epstein this year.
See, exactly, a runaway vote.
Devious comparison right there.
Is a guy
that's
anti-establishment? Here's my first question: is a guy anti-establishment if like his economic policy is so focused on giving tax cuts to like or reducing corporate tax credits? That doesn't seem like a guy who's very anti-establishment to me. I think the corporate world is pretty much part of the establishment. No.
Well, it's not more so like his policies, because don't get me wrong, every politician I hate. Like, it's not like I'm a Trump supporter. I'm anti-establishment. The establishment loathes this guy. So that's basically it. Trump.
Well, what do you mean necessarily by establishment? I'm just curious, nonetheless.
Like libertarian, just it's not just tax cuts. It's just them meddling bureaucracy. It's just too much. It's just too much government involvement in our daily lives.
Well, I'm wondering if you're anti-establishment, and you're claiming like libertarian leaning, why didn't you vote for Chase Oliver like I did?
Like I said, I voting for me, it doesn't I don't normally vote because, like I said, bureaucracy does not allow for a fair and just election. So, like, whatever we vote for, it's not going to really do anything. That's what I think. And again, I just threw it for Trump because that's the top two. I'm like, fuck it, I'll just pick one of the two. And that's basically how they have us trained to vote.
I also
I know we all voted out.
Okay, yeah, you guys
go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ezra.
I was going to say, for as much shit we give bureaucracy, though, I mean, has bureaucracy not brought us this far, you know, in a nation that is able to sustain millions upon millions of people and, you know, provide nonetheless a acceptable standard of living? I don't know. I just find that strange that we would be more libertarian when we have seen the effects of, like, what happens when you give more corporations more power in the past. The Gilded Age, for example, a lot of people are getting cancer or, you know, it's been the worst environmentally has ever been in the past due to the Gilded Age, dumping chemicals in rivers and whatnot.
Well, that's why I wanted to vote for RFK Jr. until he was kicked out of the running by the Democratic Party. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's no problem. Yeah, so, like, are we really going to, like... So what I'm trying to get at is, like, why would we vote for a guy that's obviously not libertarian, for one, and two, I'm just more curious about your libertarian ideology, like, leanings.
Oh, I thought you were referring to
I
me.
am not libertarian. Like I said, it's just more libertarian leaning. I'm anti-establishment, as in there's too much of it going on. Like, when it becomes too much, it's a problem. Like, same thing with immigration. I'm for it, but when it becomes too much, like these past 4 years where it's like an invasion, that's when there's a problem. Don't get me wrong, immigration's great. It helps the country and everything. But when it comes to, like, this much of it is a problem. Same thing with bureaucracy. It's fine. Just when it's too much, you know, there's a problem.
I mean, is there a certain amount of immigration
considered right-leaning? I mean, wouldn't it be pretty right-leaning views, minimalizing government and overreach and keeping most of the power in the city and in the state and less federal? Wouldn't that just be considered Republican?
I don't know about that.
Do you know what libertarians are? Like,
I don't know much about libertarians.
Similar.
I'm an independent. I'm an independent. I'm very middle of the road, basically.
Pretty based.
I feel like everyone's middle of the road. We all are. We're all trying to figure out, because they label everything libertarian, you know, left, right. I don't believe in any of that. We're all individuals. We all have different ideas, and they try to find a party that suits us best. But there isn't any. We're all individuals, and I feel like that's what libertarian is. Like, do you, I'll do me, and that's that.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
Why? But when you cast a vote for Trump, you cast a vote for someone with a criminal mind.
Again, all politicians are ass.
No. There's a difference. There's a difference.
You're the Canadian guy that's doing the YouTube channel, right? Can I have the floor for just a second? Because I want to answer his question, specifically his question, because I am someone who is willing to vote Democrat. Or usually, like, I will vote Republican sometimes Democrat, depending on who I believe in. We have to vote for the orange man. We don't have much of a choice.
Why would you vote for a criminal?
We would vote for the criminal because the other one is trying to get rid of our Constitution of the United States.
No, they're not.
She is taking a dump on our First Amendment rights.
No, she's not.
She is.
How? Let's
fact check how about you ask me how I think that and why instead of just blanketly saying she's not.
That's what I just did.
Okay.
How?
You did. Yes,
can you give me an example of how she's
If you want to know why I believe that, the reason would be because on multiple occasions she has literally talked about stuff that would be considered George Orwellian, of censorship, limiting people's free speech because it might hurt people's feelings on the progressive far left. Let me fucking finish.
No, give me something specific. Give me something specific.
How about you let me speak the way that I speak, and then you can look into it and see if I'm full of shit.
No, you
can
follow. You can follow.
If you make a claim,
my moderation.
Demand that I obey your line of thought, then I'm
okay. She's muted.
Well, okay.
Yeah, be civil.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, we hold a standard of evidence in the chat. Like, come on now.
Well, that's the thing. We're not going to say. I don't want
them.
Just everyone. Like, first of all, you got to come in here, engage in good faith and helpfulness. And if I'm happen to be moderating today, so like if I give you like something from a moderator position, just listen, and we'll let you have your say. Just try to keep things civil if you can. Are you still with us?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It looks like someone muted me for a bit.
I did. Yes.
Well, I couldn't hear you guys speaking when I got muted.
Sorry.
So
I was just saying, like, you gotta take some moderation here. If we don't yell back and forth on this channel. So,
okay.
and I'll let you know when it's your turn. But can you give us specifically some things that Kamala Harris has said, just so we can fact check you live on the air here to make sure what you
how
believe
about
is
her
true.
telling people that they are not woke enough and that they need to be woker, that they have to be the wokeist?
What's wrong with
and that?
that?
They have to like you have anyone seen her go that? I'm pretty sure you've seen that soundbite.
What do you find threatening about the word woke, and what would you classify the woke?
Wokeism to most people is, what is my screen doing? I'm sorry. Am I still?
No, you're here. I can hear you just fine. It's okay. I'll give you a minute.
You might be looking at my stream.
Oh, I am. I thought it was my phone doing that. I literally thought aliens were taking over my phone. I'm looking at someone else's screen. It's throwing me off. And that's probably why I'm getting this really retarded feedback. Hold on.
It's all good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why is my screen doing that? Okay. So yeah, like your claim is that she told people to be more woke. Well, a lot of people who use the woke label and the way she uses it is not in the way that you are probably using it.
Yeah, that's a possibility. What would you consider woke? What do you think the mainstream idea of what wokeism and the woke movement represents?
Well, when you say mainstream, like if you talk to people on the left who identify as woke, like Matt Dillahunty, for example, who's a frequent figure on this channel, he identifies as woke, because as far as he can tell, woke, someone will say like, oh man, you believe that like a trans woman should be able to use the washroom with other women? They'd be like, oh man, you're woke. And he's like, well, I guess I'm woke then, because he thinks that that's a good idea, right? So that would be an idea that might be labeled onto a woke person. So in that case, if Kamala Harris believes that, which I think she does, she too would be considered woke and be calling for more people to be woke like her. So I don't understand what the problem is. Like, what about wokeness do you not like in the way that you use it? You all still there?
I just wanted to add, it seems to me that go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. I was having issues with the Discord and I only caught part of your argument, so it's not fair for me to respond because I literally heard the beginning and the end and none of the middle because I was having issues with the Discord.
All right.
I didn't hear your argument.
I was just explaining that, like for people who wear the label woke with pride, they're going to think that that label has to do with like good things, and when Kamala Harris says, we need more wokeness, or you need to be more woke, she's referencing like virtues and ideas that she thinks are good, right? It's not like on the right wing, when people talk about woke, that's like it's a derogative thing to call someone, like it's a negative thing. But this term gets used so, it's so differently.
It does
think about it this way. Think about half the country is on the left and vote for Kamala, so they don't see it as a bad thing, right?
I see it as half the country is on the left, but not half the country is on the far progressive extreme left. That's the way I see it. I have no problem with moderate Democrats. I respect Democrats from the 80s and 90s. I don't respect this modern liberal party that's going on. That's what I have a problem with, is what it's becoming, not what it was. Okay, as an 80s child, as a Gen X, like I'm fucking
Which
pissed.
part of it specifically? What's the
I think specifically for one thing, I'm a woman. I have a vagina. Okay? And being told that I am cis, this, or you like literally trying to change my pronouns or change how I'm spoken about in order to tiptoe around
you're
other
just describing
people.
yourself.
Okay.
What?
Literally, I don't even fucking know what cis means, but that's what I get called now. You get what I'm saying?
And then
You have a vagina, so you are cis.
Okay, and that is a definition that was forced upon me by Gen Z, and I fucking want to smack you for it because I am a woman. I am a genuine woman. I'm actually a woman. Okay, and I don't need any other pronouns or anything added to woman. Okay, you go and redefining what I am in order to tiptoe around your emotions is something a Generation X person isn't going to fucking put up with.
I mean, you sound pretty upset right now.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I am pissed as a woman. I am pissed that I can't walk in my bathroom without seeing
So I assume as a woman you would have voted for Kamala Harris then, right? Because she wants to take away. I was
going to vote for RFK Jr. because he was going to unite the divide and he was going to focus on the healthcare system and the corruption within the different
healthcare system. The guy's anti-vax. He thinks that vaccines cause autism.
That's lovely. That I love that you just spread that propaganda like the rest of them without actually listening to one of his speeches.
Do you not listen to what he says when he addresses
it and is very fucking like he's not anti-vax.
Wait a second.
He is anti not knowing what is in your vaccine, anti not having it fully researched, anti just throwing shit inside of you without being properly looked into.
1
second.
Travis, do you mind if I disambiguate cis real quick?
2 seconds. We'll go back to cis in 1 second, but I just
go ahead. Tell me what my gender is and how you identify me.
I just want to ask
you what box you put me in.
Do you think RFK Jr. believes that vaccines cause autism?
I think that RFK Jr. thinks that at one point when vaccines had derivatives containing freaking mercury, that it was possibly a thing because we saw it happening and it needed to be researched and they were refusing to do so and silencing anyone who brought up this concern and said it needed to be looked into.
What was your question?
1 second. 2 seconds.
I didn't catch your question.
2 seconds. Kennedy has repeatedly claimed a link between vaccines and autism despite extensive research showing no such connection. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention states that studies have found no link between vaccines and autism spectrum disorder.
Who's paying for the CDC's? Who paid for those people's, like, you got to understand, Big Pharma pays the regulator for regulating them. You understand that, right?
That doesn't make that. Do you think that changes the data that's found in during the
change the data when they are being when they are being like, hey, it would be really great if you agreed with us on this. And by the way, here's Christmas bonus.
No, I'm talking about.
Wait, are you saying that the CDC is paying? Wait, hold up, Travis.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you saying that the CDC is paying people to fake peer-reviewed studies about the efficacy of vaccines and their safety? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying Big Pharma is and CDC is paying off on it.
Wait, how could
guys,
Big
I think
Pharma
we recognize that right now what's happening is we're going down like a gish galloping thing, where instead of actually addressing the original thing that was in contention, which was about
you're
woke,
literally just getting really upset about the fact that I do doubt Big Pharma. I do. I doubt.
I am back. I'm sorry about the delay.
I can't see what this person. Yes, Starsfire. Let Don finish what he was saying there about the Gish Gallop.
Yeah, I was just thinking that we've been moving from one point to another where it started first, I think, when I came on, Travis was asking about what woke is and that you don't like that she told people to be woke, and you talked about what the progressive left in this country was. And I think it was kind of like, let's define what woke is, and now we're talking about vaccines and JFK and like RFK. So I think we've moved without addressing the first thing.
Okay,
And I was wondering if everybody wants to continue to talk about that.
I'm cool with talking about the wokeism thing because everyone's going to have opinions on vaccinations. So go back to that one. It's more pertinent.
So yeah, so let's iron out what was it some disagreement between you and Travis? Let's explore that real quick.
Okay, so there's a generational gap thing because I'm assuming that Travis is a young man who has been taught that certain terms are what we use to define people. And I, being someone above the age of 40, was given a different set of terms.
Wait, real quick, can you see Travis right now?
I don't know which person's Travis.
He's...
Oh, yeah, he's the one with the mic. Beard. Yes, I can see him. Wait, no, then it wasn't Travis we were talking to. I was talking to the kid. The child voice.
What kid?
Well, that might be me. I've got a very high-pitched voice, I guess.
Yeah, that's you. You're the one with the kid voice.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, sorry. Am I wrong by identifying you as someone who is Gen Z? Someone in your early 20s or earlier?
I was born in 99. I'm 25.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm Gen Z.
Okay. All right. Can you understand that when I say I'm a woman and you're like, oh, yeah, you're a woman, but you're a cis, white, this, and it's like, let me put you in the X amount of boxes and try to identify you in order to comfort this other group of people who have tissue paper feelings.
Why are you
right?
so
Star, real quick. Can I call you Star, by the way?
You can call me Star. Yeah.
Okay, Star, at which point did I say any of those things about you or even attempt to categorize you?
No, I'm saying that this is what happens when I talk to people who are woke. I'm not specifically saying you. I'm talking about the woke movement and what they pull on me. The fact that they can't identify what a woman is pisses me off because I am one.
Okay, I'm going to go with this first step. You brought up cis, and it seems like it's a big point of contention.
Yeah, what the hell is that, and why do you have to identify that?
It's been about... I'm trying. I'm a chemist. Okay. Cis and trans are words that we use... in a whole lot of things, but particularly in like organic chemistry. Think of two things on a circle, right? And they can either point up or point down. A cis molecule has two things pointing up, and a trans molecule has one pointing up, one pointing down. Cis basically means same, trans means different or opposing. And the only thing people are saying when they're saying cis or trans is saying, okay, you were called a girl when you were born, and you currently identify as a girl now. So your original gender.
I'm not divergent, right?
Wow.
Basically, it means your gender is the same now as it was defined by the doctor after you were born. That's all that means. They're not saying that you're like a particular gender or something. They're just saying that you're affirming what you were born as. And a trans person, by definition, doesn't. That's all that means. They're not trying to like...
Okay, but here's the thing. You are labeling me. You are putting labels on me that are unnecessary. Okay? They are unnecessary. They are over the top. And it is in order to feel like you are including other people.
So I don't think
necessary.
Go ahead.
It's about feelings, and it bothers me.
Do you feel it is necessary to announce to the room that you are a woman?
No, unless I'm making a point, which I am currently doing. I am currently making a point. He said, what bothers me about the woke movement? And I said, for one thing, the fact that I like they have to put me in all these categories and all of a sudden lump me into
with some of them.
Let's 1 second before we just
let's ask the question. With penises in my bathroom and in my women's dressing room.
Hold up, let Don speak.
Yeah, I think that we just have to remember that these categories, cisgendered, these come from academia and they serve a specific purpose. So while in day-to-day life, it might be weird, like, oh, these new terms that have come around, these new differentiations that have come from what seems like academia, and it's like for no reason, but it's not.
It does not seem academic.
1 second, let me explain. Let me explain real quick. Let me explain.
Okay.
So let's, for example, say that your job is you're a psychologist or you're a social scientist, and you need to understand society. And within society, you have this group of people who have a specific body, right? They're male, they're female, and their gender doesn't align. 1 second.
Let him finish.
1 second. 1 second. You have to give a name to that. And you're starting to study, and you're studying this group, right? So you see there are humans who are born, they don't have discongruency between their gender and their sex. They have no issues. We call them whatever, men, women. And then we have those who have an issue, so we call them trans women. And then we say, okay, but there are some people who are, we're going to start using the word woman to mean gender and the word female to mean sex because it makes it clearer in our writing. So we make a distinction now, right? One is about sex, one is about someone's identity. And even to make more sense of that,
we have the words woman and female. You're just
a distinction. It's making a distinction between the two because it makes more sense that way.
There has always been a distinction between woman and female. There has always been a distinction, and you redefined it. And me as a woman am pissed by it. I'm pissed, especially when it actually affects me in real life, in the bathrooms, in the women's gymnasiums, in the women's safe spaces, where now someone who claims that they are female and you still have 30% muscle mass and they still have different plumbing than me are now in my space.
How do you know? How would you know?
And there is still a power difference between the two of us. And we've all seen those videos, those unfortunate videos of women getting assaulted in their safe spaces by said transvestites, right?
I
think I have a really good question.
Sorry, you're afraid of men. I don't know what happened for you to be so afraid of
men. It happens to a lot of women.
Can we just get back to woke?
And ignoring that,
I mean, that's part of being woke, just being like the cis and like labeling and all that stuff.
Labeling shit and tiptoeing around people's feelings is definitely a woke shit.
Back to the crux. So I want to talk about wokeism because they were describing it. Everyone's giving their
Pappy, can I ask one question real quick?
Hang on. Let Pappy go first with where he's.
I was just trying to figure out what you guys is because we got thrown off about what wokeism is. I just wanted to throw it in there for myself.
Go ahead.
Back then was because I'm very anti-establishment. Woke was just being awoke to the idea that hey, maybe that there's some powers that don't want us to know the truth, and the truth is supposed to be hidden. And I feel like woke is just, the
people who pull the puppet strings.
No, just being able to see the bullshit. Like I said, when they started attacking Trump out of the blue for no reason, that's when I'm like, And then to me, that was woke. I'm like, maybe I'm waking up to like this
the huge amount of electoral votes.
Pardon?
What's that?
Harris just got like 60 electoral votes.
From who?
Let me see.
Colorado.
She won California and Washington.
I feel like I'm watching a train wreck. No matter what.
Here comes the Harris train, baby. Oh yeah.
No, I voted for Trump, but I don't even like the guy. I don't like either one of them. I feel like we are being given a choice between cat shit and dog shit and being told to eat shit. And then when we don't want to eat shit.
You got to understand that's the system that they have in place for us. But they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to do that.
They're like, we gave you a choice. We let you choose your shit sandwich. And you're like, okay, well, I'm going to try to find the sandwich that has the least parasites. And that's kind of what our voting system has turned into.
But Star, like you just talked for a great deal of time there about how like pro woman you are, right? And
oh no, I'm an 80s feminist. This other feminism shit that's going on, I don't subscribe to it.
Hang on. How do you feel about abortion rights?
Abortion rights?
Well, okay,
I'm
wait,
middle of the
Travis,
road on it,
I
like
have one
most
question,
things.
please.
Hang on, wait, Buckyball, 2 seconds. Sorry, what was your? I couldn't hear you. What is your position on abortion rights?
I'm middle of the road on it, like I am with most things. I think it is a crappy form of birth control. I do recognize. I do recognize the fact that women are raped and sometimes bad shit happens. I understand that there's a such thing as babies being born on the outside of the uterus. I get that sometimes a woman's life is in danger. I also understand that these situations are very fucking hard and shouldn't be judged by others so callously.
Right. But
at the same fucking point, I do also believe that's a life inside that person's belly and should be taken seriously.
Too much feelings. Can we just get to talking about stuff? Like it's just homegirl's talking about her feelings a lot.
2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Follow-up question to that is: do you think that it should be a universal right for women to be able to access an abortion?
A universal right, meaning that no matter what, you get to access the abortion on my dollar that I spend.
Well, to have access to an abortion under the, let's say under the current laws of the land that allow abortion in the United States. So should those be available to all women?
Should a woman be able to go?
My God, let me answer.
No, I'm just trying to explain the idea further because I feel like it might have been a little misunderstood.
No, I understand completely.
Okay.
In my
tax dollars have never gone to supporting that. That has been part of the law that we don't put our tax dollars towards abortion. If that helps.
Okay. Yeah. So here is where my issue lies, is that because I do care about the sanctity of the life inside that woman's belly, I do think that there needs to be conversation with the doctors.
Yeah.
Okay. With the doctors, where we make sure that she is sound of mind, that she's okay, and she's not making any rash decisions and crap like this and stuff like that. There needs to be some kind of stuff in place, and it should not be done late term unless
do you think that's how that's but today that's how it's done.
Yeah. Okay.
You can't just go 6 months into the doctor and be like,
something I just want to make clear. If that is your position,
I can't.
If that is your position, you cannot, if this is important to you, you cannot vote for Trump on this issue.
Yes, I can, because I care about the Constitution more than I care about women having abortion.
Look, there's more than just abortion.
More than one issue.
Yes, look, I was just writing down some issues. Abortion is pretty top of the category for women. And that's like literally everyone's number one. And I feel like if we lose, it's going to be because of women for abortion.
I'm just saying this caller, with how much passion she puts into women's rights and issues. How can she possibly vote for Trump if you are an advocate?
Oh, he's
for
a misogynist.
Telling me, look,
I
people
remember
told me that.
when he went and told people that women belong on their knees. I know what I'm fucking voting for. I'm voting for a piece of shit. I'm literally saying the other one is a worse piece of shit, and I have no damn choice.
Okay, but when I asked you why Kamala Harris is a bigger piece of shit, you didn't give me anything except
I don't even see her bleeding red, white, and blue. To me, it's not. It's fucking communism red.
That's just a generalization.
Okay, because she puts in me the fear of George Orwell's 1984.
1 second, but you keep talking about what you feel. Tell us. I have this opinion because of
I have this opinion based off of
I got one on Kamala. So basically, when she was in charge of California and putting people in prison, there was a prison population it was overpopulated. So they had to get people out of jail, and Kamala Harris fought to keep those people in prison. And her argument was that the labor that they were providing for the state was above their freedom, so they kept them in prison.
But the inhumanity in which we kept them in, it was George Orwellian. It was disgusting.
1 second, guys. There's so much cross talking, so much jumping from point to point.
Guys, let Don moderate this a bit here. Yeah.
Right, guys. Let's remember this. This Discord is not like other Discords we've been on, and we've kind of been lax because you're newer here. But there is a real, we really try to be helpful, and no one here is trying to be aggressive and combative with anybody else. So it's just
I'm not.
One second. You have to let me finish speaking.
I'm not trying.
You have to let me finish speaking.
Anyone.
We're gonna have to mute you if you're not gonna let other people speak. That's just how this is gonna move on from now on. Because while the conversation is fun and want to hear from everybody, it cannot be that one person ends up taking over the room. And
there is a delay between me and you. There is a delay. There is a gap in time between me and you. And so when I look like I'm speaking over other people, it's literally because the delay is off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we all have delays. Every one of us is here is experiencing delay, right? Where this is over the web. We just have to be mindful of it. That's it. No one's blaming you. I'm just saying for moving forward. So it seems like we've now moved to talk about what things are the reasons why Kamala is bad.
One thing, Don.
Yes, you're saying why is one worse than the other.
You guys, 2 seconds. I have to do one thing before anyone goes after that. We do have 350 people in the room right now. So if all of you guys could just smash the like button on YouTube, that would be excellent. It just really helps with the algorithm, and it would be nice to build a very big room tonight. And we're going to be live all night, and you guys feel free to click this Discord link and join the conversation with us. You can jump into the room. Doesn't cost a penny. It's going to cost you a lot of time because you will become addicted to our Discord server. I guarantee you that. But anyways.
Okay,
Don,
can I please...
Yeah, go ahead. I liked were you the one that was talking about why Kamala Harris destroying the judicial system?
Can I please interject into the conversation to do like a very short backtrack?
Yes.
Sure. We can take it back. Let's take it back. Let's refocus, and we'll definitely get into reasons why Kamala's bad. We can get there.
I really like the whole conversation about abortion and Kamala being bad. I want it to be there. But I did have something that Star said, and I just wanted to ask her this question. So, Star, you were talking about these people with 30% muscle mass and particular things between their legs, and how you don't want them in the women's bathrooms, correct? Am I kind of saying that correctly?
Yeah, especially when there's kids around. You're right.
Okay, so my question is, like, would you be against, like, a female bodybuilder going into the bathroom, like a flashlight or a like a dildo? Would you be against that too?
How about what? I better not fucking see private parts that don't belong.
I did not expect that.
I did not expect that either.
It's a ludicrous question.
I just thought it was a funny.
How about that not happen in public spaces that I have to share with you? There is whatever you do in your private life with your dildos and shit. That's your business. It does not belong in my bathroom.
How many do you? I mean, when you go to public restrooms, are you looking at other people's genitals? Because that's where I'm like, I go out and I live in California. I don't think about this when I go out.
Guys, let Casey finish. Let Casey finish what they have to say. Let Casey finish what they have to say. You said something. Now it's their turn to let them finish their idea, and then you can jump in.
Casey?
Okay.
That's my question, because when I go out, I don't think about this. I don't see things like that. It's never been a problem for me. So I don't understand where this is coming from for you, Star. Is this something that you experience a lot, seeing other people's?
California.
Okay, do you see that when you go out a lot?
It's a different zeitgeist, and when I say female restrooms and stuff like that, you got to understand that I go to the gym where people take showers, and therefore nudity is more common. And so when I'm talking about female restrooms, I might also be talking about different forms of public bathrooms, such as when you go to the beach and people are wearing bathing suits. I live in California.
So what is it about because you're comfortable seeing other women, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
So what is it about the male body that scares you?
It does not belong in the female restrooms. It just doesn't. It doesn't.
Why?
I'm sorry. It doesn't. It doesn't. I grew up in a different generation. You can call me old-fashioned all you want, but I do not want to see...
You're not answering my question.
You're arguing why men should be in the girls' restroom?
Okay, because
ma'am. I was talking to the other lady.
I'm just gonna be clear. If you're not gonna be able to let other people talk or give them rooms to speak, I'm gonna have to mute you. It's not. I'm just being honest because we want everyone to be welcome.
Conservative person gets talked over constantly.
I'm here. I'm trying to help you out, but you don't let anybody fucking talk.
Whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. There's another conservative in the room who's been trying to help you out and be on your side. And now that I'm trying to let him talk, you're saying that somehow it's because you're conservative? Do you see how absurd that is? Please, just take a second, take a deep breath, and really believe that no one is here against you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Also, I want to say real quick, Star.
Let this other guy has been trying to talk. Poppy,
I will let Poppy.
Okay.
Poppy is next. Star, I'm just saying you have talked the most out of all of us, and we're all okay with you talking more. It's just sometimes we tend to ramble, and if someone is trying to bring up another point, we've got to cut it short and let the other person talk. Go ahead, Poppy.
Okay, so my question was for I'm not. As the other lady was trying to butt in on her, arguing for men in the women's restroom. So I'm like, are you arguing for that? Because you said, are you not okay with men in the women's restroom? Like, you asked that question. Are you okay with the men in the women's restroom? Other woman that was talking
asking
right
me?
now? Yeah, you asked her.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. Do what you gotta do.
Okay, so that's where you guys differ, and let's squash that. That's okay. That's that. I just don't want to be talking this whole night about identity politics. It has to do with what you put up your butt or who you put in your mouth. It has nothing to do with anything. Again, I want to talk about the economy, abortion, First Amendment rights, overseas politics. You know, I'm tired of identity politics, and that's what's ruining America. We don't have time to be talking about this. The election's today.
Let's go. Then, Poppy, I like what you had to say there. Take us somewhere new.
Okay, like I was saying, I wanted to bring up the top issues. I feel like abortion is one of the top issues for the left, and I feel like that's their only issue that they're winning on. Immigration is another issue, the economy another issue, and for me personally, because again, I'm libertarian. First Amendment. I want to see, what's your name? Travis, you were saying earlier about how someone brought up that Kamala is against censorship. And you wanted facts on that. Yep. Well, Kamala is not her per se, but it's her party, because same thing with Bernie, who's not Bernie, I'm thinking about Bernie, Weekend at Bernie's, because this old man, Biden.
Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, Biden. I'm thinking about Biden because Bernie, that movie. Anywho. So his party is pushing for censorship when it comes to misinformation. And they have not, they haven't identified what a woman is. They haven't identified what misinformation is. Yes, and they use it ambiguously. They use it ambiguously to their rhetoric when it comes to...
What do you think is the difference?
And their new term, malinformation, the new one, malinformation, which is true, but they don't like.
What's the difference between do you know the difference between disinformation and misinformation?
You know what I think of that?
Yes. Disinformation, misinformation, and the new one, malinformation. That one's fucked.
Ma'am.
Sorry.
So what I think of those things is that they've become obfuscated. It doesn't matter if we get to the definition of what it is. They're going to always find a way to obfuscate the definition so that we stay arguing about what it is. So then,
I hear you. So you're saying that no matter what the definition is, it's not even really about the definition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you do understand that a second ago you just said they don't even have a definition for what it is. So are you backtracking on the fact that they do have a definition? Because if I am they, I might be the woke boogeyman.
Well, then it might have changed. So if you do bring up a definition...
So I'm asking, do you know the difference between disinformation and misinformation?
Well, one's doing it... Well, can you explain?
No, do you know? I'm asking you if you know.
I don't know. Like I said, for me, what I thought it was just misinformation is when you do it purposely. And what's the other one? I don't even know the names. Misinformation.
Misinformation is when you misinterpret the truth because your perspective is off. You don't mean harm. Disinformation is when you deliberately misrepresent the truth with malice.
That's simple. Come on. Stop making it.
And they are trying to get rid of. And they are trying to. And they are.
Statements you don't like.
Okay, I had to server mute you, Starship.
Go ahead.
And so misinformation is when you do it not purposefully, and disinformation is when you do it purposefully. Create deceptive imagery persuasion. There's bot farms that do this, and they use they use this media as a tool.
And we'll never find out like who is who's really means malice and not, because that's hearsay.
1 second. No, 1 second. You can. It's not just hearsay, because you can actually use analytics and cybersecurity forensics to find where these accounts are linked to. You create a web, you find who finances them. You actually find corporations, groups, foreign agents, usually Russia in the Middle East a lot, China as well, meddling this way in U.S. elections. And the power of social media is a serious thing. So when you try to combat disinformation, you're combating not misinformation. You're trying to fight against purposeful campaigns to manipulate public.
How do you know it's purposeful though? How can you argue that?
Because you can. What I mean, you can see that they have bot farms, and they are either funded by foreign governments. There's foreign interests. The way they do things seems purposeful.
Okay, so you're talking about other countries. We do that ourselves too, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that America doesn't do it, but don't you think that other countries shouldn't just do that to us as well?
They can always change the label. They can always change it up. It's kind of like what they did to the Patriot Act. How they used it to basically give, basically take away all of our rights to believing we have a right to privacy.
So again, you're getting stuck on the definition of like the
malinformation.
What's your point of that? What's there's a difference.
My point is that so now the definition doesn't matter. So what is it really about? Is it you're afraid of a type of government censorship using these fake programs
that they decide who's
battling disinformation?
Does not get to make that decision. The government does not get to make that decision. The government.
Do you think that if the New York Times or CNN knowingly published false information,
they did with Trump in 2016?
Let's say they published. I'm just gonna give a hypothetical. Tell me what you want about it.
Yes.
That purposefully published false information. Do you think those organizations should be held accountable for that?
No, honestly, because it comes down to the individual that reads that. So it doesn't matter what the fuck that everyone else is doing to get you to do something stupid.
There are
it comes
laws
down to the
in
individual
place.
that does it. So if say there's malinformation. So say with the vaccines and stuff, they said, oh, sorry, we got it wrong. So it wasn't malinformation. It was misinformation. Whatever. The point I'm trying to get at is that they decide what's true.
No.
You guys, can we get back to this in 2 seconds? I just have a hot update here. Arizona, after 50% reporting, there's only a 0.2% gap between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. 904,000 to 901,000.
I'm seeing that too.
Close.
Funny how they get it that close. That's another thing that gets me
that's close for Arizona.
That itches that back of the brain, I'm like, how do they always get it 50-50 like that?
Let me say something on the disinformation, misinformation, whether it's okay, what it should be defined as, all of that crap bullshit. Okay, disinformation, of course, is intentional, malicious, intending to do harm, lying, whereas misinformation is, well, you misinterpreted the truth and that's your perspective, right? You didn't intend to do it, right? And then you have what they call malinformation, and this is another Democrat-made freaking word that they came up with. And malinformation is now information that is technically truthful but doesn't help us, and therefore we should censor it. Okay.
Where did you hear this? Where did you hear that?
I've never heard of that term before.
I never heard of that.
I guarantee you can look it up. I literally, there's this guy, his name is Ryan something or other. I would have to look it up in order to tell you.
Do you mind looking it up and posting in the chat for us?
Yes, come on, girl. You gotta back it up.
Okay, first of all, you need to understand that your guys' technical skills compared to my technical skills are on different levels. You can take, take your 2 minutes to do what might take me 10.
Take your time. Okay. Take your time. Yeah.
But let me finish what I was saying, and then I'll go and post in your Discord later the stuff about malinformation when I have time to search for that. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm going to look it up on ChatGPT right now.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm sure you can look it up from and how it all started and which party freaking started it, whatever the case may be, I consider that term that's floating around the internet scary as fuck. I don't like it.
I
don't like it.
Okay, here we go. Malinformation, scary as fuck. Malinformation refers to information that is based on reality, but is used in a misleading or harmful way to cause damage or harm to individuals, groups, or the public. Unlike misinformation, which is false information spread without the intent to deceive, or disinformation, false information deliberately spread to deceive, malinformation involves accurate facts or truths that are weaponized or presented with the intent to mislead or harm. So how is that scary?
And who gets to define that? Who gets to define facts as malinformation?
Well, they're defined.
The government?
No,
Mr. Dan.
Wait,
let's read this.
Okay, I've got an example.
Part. Hang on. Let's read the important part again. Malinformation involves accurate facts. So those would be facts, right? And the reason why it's qualified as accurate facts because there's this whole I would blame it on the Trump era of creating this whole alternative facts culture. But anyways, malinformation involves accurate facts or truths that are weaponized or presented with the intent to mislead or harm. So if someone's trying
who defines someone else's intentions? Is that going to be the government? That's my problem with the Democratic Party right there. Is the government going to be the one that defines that?
Okay,
I'll give you an example. Okay, so an example of malinformation would be going around saying something like 1352. Now, I'm not in favor of putting people in jail for saying something like that, but using
I don't know what 1352 is. That flew over my head.
So it's the idea that black people commit more violent crime, right? It's statistically in the United States, black people are, well, maybe not commit, but are imprisoned for more violent crime on average per capita than white people. That is a true fact.
And that sounds like a conversation people need to have, not something that needs
Okay, 1 second. But if I go around and just saying that in order to disparage black people, that would be malinformation. I'm saying something that's true, but I'm doing it maliciously. I'm not doing it to help black people. I'm not doing it to help the United States. I'm not doing it to help my community. I'm doing it to disrupt my community, right? That would be the effect of it. That would be malinformation. Should we put people in jail for it?
You understand that the First Amendment is there to protect people's speech?
Hold up. Should we put people in jail for doing that? I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
If you have an example of people that are proposing bills, policies, executive orders, legislation that would make it illegal to do that.
They did during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, then you can provide your source for that, and we can discuss that claim.
Okay.
I'll get on it.
Okay. The thing is that I didn't come in here going like, oh shit, I need to have my receipts. And
you're saying so many things. You're saying so many things.
Yeah, I understand. This is stuff that I'm searching throughout the year by myself and happened to jump into a Discord to talk to you guys about. It's stuff that I'm aware of and can re-look up, but I'm just saying I would have to come back.
Can I make a suggestion, Star? Do you use ChatGPT?
No, no.
You should.
I told you what generation I was from, hon. There's no fucking way.
No, it's fine. All you have to do is go to chatgpt.com. No, trust me.
The thing is evil. No.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, you can speak up whenever you want, buddy.
No.
Mr. Ben, you got a question, Ben?
Benson.
Yeah, let's bring in Brett. Hey, Brett.
Star, as a high school teacher, you can absolutely do it. You just really need to spend some time with it. It is a little bit challenging, but no, I was wondering if we wanted to talk about actual policy.
Yes, we were changing identity. Okay, so
because
1 second, I know you're happy,
because the point I would make right now is that the character attacks and other stuff on the candidates, like I'm gonna say right now, if we're gonna go to character, it's not even close.
I agree.
I say that.
Yeah,
I say that for the young girls of America who literally
abortion
are watching someone being elected.
Yeah, he's a misogynist.
Let us finish.
Hold on. Okay, it's not even close. when it comes to character. We're talking about political corruption. We're talking about the system, like of corporate influence that is taking away and separating people for different policies, and basically telling the poor that and the middle class to fight each other because there's no critique on the economic system, but really talk about the given policy, talk about immigration, talk about like jobs right now in the last 8 years or so.
Okay.
Because honestly, like if we keep just going on the cycle of the character stuff or whatever, that to me, like I don't think someone can. I'm voting for Trump because of his character.
Poppy,
Okay.
Honestly,
Let me bring it back.
Can I do a very, very quick interjection, Poppy?
Okay, I was just going to backtrack right now to what I was trying to get to, the malinformation and all that before we got to the finishes. I didn't get to my point, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say, Starfire, do you know how to open up the chat here? There should be a little chat bubble if you tap your screen or something.
Yeah.
Force
hold
one
on.
drink if you take it to the lake, buddy.
Oh, there we go. Hi, I see people typing now.
Okay, I was just going to say, I wanted to talk to you in there just a little bit on the side, because you're really interesting to talk to, and we can't talk about everything here, so we can have discussions later. Go ahead, Poppy.
Okay, so
And
like I said, I was trying to bring it at the beginning of the conversation. I was trying to bring it about, misinformation and how it's obfuscated and we don't know what's right and what's wrong. So my point is, what's his name? Dan brought up the fact, he told me, he's like, so are you okay with these companies and entities putting out this information, malinformation, however it may come out. And I am okay with all that information being out there because it's up to the individual to do with that information what he wants to do with that information. So I don't know why you're trying to stop that information from getting out there, like as if it's, again, that's censorship. That's protected by the First Amendment. You should not be stopping any kind of information unless, you're trying to hurt somebody. But
so I think there's a big distinction between politically to actually understand what is the First Amendment. So when I say distinction, I'll get back to that because I jumped ahead a bit. The First Amendment is actually like between you and your government. So you and my government cannot stop me in public spaces saying whatever I want to say. But news outlets and corporations and news outlets and corporations. News outlets and corporations and publishing companies are not just individuals, they're not just people. And they have responsibility for the things that they platform and use their influence to message out to society.
Legally, they're people.
These are two very different things. And this is why if a scientist releases a false paper knowingly, they lose their license. It's for the same reason that media companies should as well. If they should lose there should be a problem. They should be discredited. They should be stopped.
But they don't. That's the point. They don't.
Well, the thing is, in this country, you do. We have a civil system, not a criminal, where you can sue someone for lying about you in the way that Fox News and Tucker Carlson got sued for lying about the election and proven in a courtroom that they purposefully
except for the fact that that's not how those laws work, Don. Don, you have to take a person to court for libel.
You have to know.
You have to go in, amongst other things, show a monetary loss. You have to show that you were uniquely. You have to show that.
What do you mean that I know this is how the law works? I know this is how the law works.
And it has to be distinctly that it was the libel that caused you that loss, nothing else.
But I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying that we already have mechanisms to hold people accountable for the impact they have done. So when we have foreign agents using companies' platform as a way to disseminate disinformation, that should be combated. As a society, we should care about that.
We don't do that with APAC.
And my kid, what do you mean we don't do that with APAC?
I mean, you're talking about foreign entities. Like, you're describing, like, just information in general. Where it comes from suddenly makes that information
I'm also against
totally different thing.
What does that matter? Why can't we actually stick to a point, guys? You keep jumping from point A to point B. We bring up one point. We want to discuss it to its depth, and you just jump on to another point. That's
you were the one that bring up. You were the one that brought up Russia and foreign
because you're the one who brought up that they don't know how to define disinformation, misinformation.
Okay, but like I said,
yes, they do. I said yes, they do. And then we define what these things are. And when I said, and you said, I don't care about that. And I'm telling you, okay, let me explain to you why I do care about that. And now you're jumping onto a different point.
Okay,
now that I understand your position, that you don't care. Now that I understand your position, that you're a hardcore libertarian, you don't care, you think the government has nothing to do with that because of the First Amendment. And I bring up that the First Amendment doesn't protect publishing companies, right? Doesn't protect them from civil liability. Like right now, I can go, if I know your real name, and just go on Twitter with an anonymous account and say whatever they want to say about you. I can lie to the point where you lose your job. I can do that right now. I can go on Twitter right now, create a bunch of different bot accounts about Travis and begin to spread straight lies about him. And there's no way anyone can hold me personally accountable. Zero.
Okay.
Now imagine I could do that and defame government institutions. I can make a bot farm of 100 bots, computers that go on Twitter and reply to accounts, because you can do that with AI, that reply to accounts and message each other, sharing fake links about some fake information about, I don't know, a specific law in the United States.
But that's another reason why I actually choose to vote for Trump, is literally because of what you're saying. Because Michelle Shanahan,
you're breaking up.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat?
Oh. Okay, so I was going to vote for RFK candidate because I really hated both other candidates. And he had a vice president, and her name was Nicole Shanahan. And she had a lot of knowledge about AI, how it's used, and how the internet is changing the spaces. Because a lot of my generational problems are not the same as your generational problems, because the internet is this whole nother thing in which this stuff is happening very quickly. And but it was Trump that took that lady and went and said, okay, this is important and you need a place in our cabinet. You understand? Because when the Democratic Party went and screwed with the democratic process and took away my candidate's right to be in all of the states, she was absorbed into the Republican Party. And I cared about what she thought.
I don't even know where that one. I lost.
Yeah, we're going off. We were on misinformation. But back to Dan. We were talking about so once we start getting on, and like you said, the First Amendment doesn't protect against bot farms and all that jazz and information. Mm-hmm. But once we start getting into affecting the laws, because so they're gonna. I don't know how they're doing it. What bill specifically? It's just the discourse of it. They're talking about stopping information just because they don't agree with it. There's a lot of information out there, and why should any of it be censored? I don't get why you're saying that.
Okay, so I'm not talking about this. If let's say I'm in the courtroom and I'm the jury and I'm the judge and I have to talk about the law to the jury to convict someone of something, let's just say hypothetical.
So the judicial branch.
Hold on. Yeah. And now there's a court case. I'm suing you for disinformation on me. There's a bunch of bots in your account made this campaign, spread this false news about me, and I can prove that had a damage to me financially. Okay, so that hand is confusing me.
Yeah. What's up, balls?
Go ahead, finish your point. I'm just saying, I got.
Okay. Next.
Okay. And I show that had a monetary effect to me, and it was published on your site. These bots spread this information deliberately. I can prove that they weren't people, but all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And you go to the court, and you go into the courtroom, and I can show you all of that. I'd be like, yeah, they should be held accountable for that. They let that happen. Now, let's say I go to a courtroom and I say that, this piece of information was spread by bots, and it's no, not really. How these people spread it. It wasn't by bots. It was just misinformation. The second you told us to take it down, we took care of it, recognizing that it was just false claims that are hurting you financially. Okay, I can sue that company. They went through the process. There's a lag time. Do you see the difference between those two things? How evidence I can prove to you there's evidence that would be sufficient to prove that? If that's
so, how would we go about changing it, and which branches would be involved? Would that continue to be in the judicial branch? Would the legislative branch have to get involved?
They would make a law against
disinformation.
Yeah, they would make a law about disinformation.
Okay.
And the judicial branch would have, but it has to be purposeful, and then it would be evaluated in courts with a jury and lawyers, and it would be adjudicated. There'll be a whole grand jury with all this process, and then you would see guilty or not guilty.
So where does when the media talks about elect the president? How does that involve to elect for president of the United States?
How does that work?
I understand that we need to come up with some form of legislation and some type of judgments in which we are capable of holding people accountable, especially other American citizens. Good luck keeping the world accountable for their actions, but at least
I'm not interested in punishing American citizens. I'm interested in punishing platforms that publish information and spread it to everyone.
So what about when it's our mainstream media doing that?
So like is that executive branch, judicial branch, legislative branch?
What happened when Fox lied about the Dominion voting machines?
I'm talking about Russiagate, like the whole.
Let's start. We'll get to Russiagate. We'll get to Russiagate.
You're not talking about Russiagate because you said what happens when our own institutions did it. So you said what happens when our institutions did it. Don starts talking about one of our institutions, and you bring up Russiagate. Why? Let Don finish his
who did
point.
he? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't catch it. I was writing something down. What did he say?
Like when it was able to be proven that Tucker Carlson on Fox News deliberately lied about the Dominion voting machines, and we have texts of him knowing that he was lying on purpose.
This year?
Yeah, I mean, they got sued. They settled for $800-something billion.
Oh, Tucker Carlson is ridiculous. Anyone who buys his propaganda is dumb.
Right, so that happened, and they were held accountable.
What's up, man? Just speak up. What's up?
No, Brad, you go ahead. So what you need to say?
Oh, go ahead, Don. But I want to go off of we were saying propaganda. But go ahead.
Yeah. So all of that happened in Russiagate. I don't remember the story exactly. A Steele dossier was published. They released that information as a Steele dossier, but and maybe I think they might have been sued and didn't pass in court. They weren't able to prove the specific thing necessary to be proved. Whatever. That's all. That's what happened. But there are the mechanisms. If you want to say, hey, we need to change this law about this information and make sure that Russiagate and the Steele dossier can't happen because this and this and this fact.
No, I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I'm just saying
we can talk about that.
It happened. Yeah.
Okay, it happened. So let's just right now. Let's say I agree that was fake because I don't have enough information about that. I didn't really care about that. And when it happened, then they should have been held accountable. And it's sad that the justice system missed that. But I'm glad that the justice system was able to.
Can I tell you what happened and how our justice system served justice? But I'll tell you how they served justice after all. Benson.
Sweetheart, I don't know how to tell you, but he's making a good point. And it's not very easy to argue against what he's saying.
About what?
Okay, so
look, okay,
you're a libertarian, and I get.
I'm not. Jesus, I'm more left leaning. It's just like
okay.
I'm just anti-establishment.
He's right.
If we're gonna get taxed, might as well go somewhere good.
Yeah, my argument or my question is which branch of government? Who are we going to be like? You're responsible for this.
Okay, let me get back to Dan. So Dan, you were talking about how, the whole Steele dossier happened and how our, hopefully our judicial system was able to, correct that, what happened, because it was bad. Steele dossier basically lied about Trump being an asset for Russia. It was all a lie. It was proven wrong in court, and they sued them, right? Guess how much they fined Hillary?
How much?
Because our just $8,600.
Oh God.
Okay.
Well, look it up and find out how our justice system is working right.
We should reform the justice system and make it equitable.
So I'm saying.
So people who are rich.
The information I'm talking about. When people get caught.
1 second. You got to say what you wanted to say. I agree with you. People who are rich have an unfair time in our justice system. They get away with far too much. Those who are politically oriented and are politically connected can sway our justice system in a way that's not good, and I'm against it.
Do you understand that is now the Democratic Party?
That's the bureaucracy I'm talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on.
You were like, oh, it's the capitalist far right, and it's like, oh my God, it's the progressive left now.
Star. No.
Yeah.
That is factually not accurate.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't want to be mean, but we got to put this shit to rest. Can I swear?
Yeah.
Can't do it in the classroom, so I'll do it here.
I don't care.
Okay. Right now, the lack of regulation with social media, Trump or whoever else it is, this is a problem. And I'm a First Amendment almost absolutist. But the fact that misinformation is allowed to go all over the place, it is not just a Democrat or Republican thing. It is an entire system thing.
Okay.
So again, when people want to place blame on one particular party, that's really not dealing with the situation, because as Poppy said earlier about Hillary's situation that was never mentioned in the press, because I barely knew that as he was sharing that information. But no, this is, again, part of the issue that occurs where we get inside of our echo chambers and people say that one, like Tucker's telling this and the other side is telling that, but the model is not allowing for profit for, bipartisan, like the conversation of shows, kind of, I hope, like this, where we're actually trying to go towards truth and facts. And so it's being perpetuated by all of them. And one of the fundamental problems with Trump's rhetoric is you can't tell what is real or what is bullshit. And so now I can understand where you guys are coming from on the Democratic side, because many of them represent the elite, the wealthy. They're talking about the economy doing well, and the average person might be suffering with bills and other stuff like that. But it is not, when we place blame on the one party, we are feeding into the narrative of dividing over it. And we really, misinformation is happening through multiple sources. It's not partisan. It's not a partisan issue. Have you guys
been following what's been going on between Russia and the Ukraine?
Star. Connor, did you have something you wanted to bring up real quick? I saw you unmuted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? I was having trouble with my microphone and everything. I'm sorry. But anyway, what I was going to bring up is, just to clarify, is the main thing everybody is, I guess, upset about here is that these terms, although are clearly defined, how they're interpreted sometimes changes depending on, say, who has their fingers on the mute button when it comes to this.
That can be argued. I would say the problem is zeitgeist, and depending on...
And I'll say, this doesn't stick to one party. It changes whether it's Republican or Democrat. It's both parties. It just changes depending on who has their finger on the mute button. Anyway, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, there's I think I have a really productive... I think I have a really productive leap.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, this is for you. I think I have a really productive leap. If the question is about, okay, we do want to limit misinformation to some degree, right? But the issue is who has their fingers on the strings, then is there a way that we can get a nonpartisan apparatus that can make sure that information... This is what I've been trying to
argue and say and keep on getting cut off while everyone else tells me I'm wrong and then cuts me off. My argument keeps on being that we have several different branches and we have checks and balances. And the first thing we need to do is, yes, define what the problem is, but then define who's accountable, which politician, which branch, which office. Right? And we have to make sure that it remains bipartisan, but we also need to recognize that you do not give the government power. This is something the Democratic Party does, is give them absolute power. People have to be involved. Human beings that are not politicians and elected representatives, people who are not funded by people who line your pockets. That's why judges and lawyers and other companies God, I lost my train of thought, and at this point, I'm frustrated. My point is that I've been following Russia and the Ukraine, and I've been following it from the get-go, and I almost check on it daily. And one thing that happened was an innocent company that was an American company, completely innocent, happens to host lots of different websites, right? Lots of different websites. A Russian company that means harm, that is a troll bot farm, went and used the American company that was not aware of what they were doing in order to do those bot farms, right?
Real quick, can we focus specifically on, is there a way?
My question is, who holds that person accountable? Who holds that company that didn't even mean to do it accountable? Who's like, if we're going to kick
the same people that gave Hillary that $8,000 fine, those people are the same people that are in charge of that, whoever they are.
Who do you think should be holding these people accountable?
The judicial branch is my point.
I'm not saying who. I'm just saying, look,
it shouldn't be executive.
Can I respond to homeboy? I'll ask the question. Look, you're saying who? What was the question again?
I'm asking both of you, not just you, Poppy.
Pardon?
I was asking both of you. Like, go ahead, Poppy, and then
I didn't hear your question. That's why I wanted to respond. What was it?
Oh, I was asking if your guys' contention is about who's on the strings of power here on making these determinations, who should do it? And then right after the...
But again, it's because we don't know about it because of the media. Like, again, the story I shared with you guys didn't know about. So those same people that control the media, control the judiciary system, that's why Trump has like 50 fucking felonies on him. They're the ones that are in charge of that. What you're asking, like, they're the ones in charge. Who's going to get them in trouble? It's us, the people, but we don't know. We're uneducated because we don't have time, because we have jobs, we have kids. We don't have time to be looking up all the important stuff. We're too busy thinking about individual, like, what is that word? Identity politics and all that bullshit. Again, we know what's going on. It's just a matter of like getting the people to know the truth to be able to hold these people accountable and hopefully get them out of power.
All right, Star, hold up. Benson?
I'm good. I was just responding in the chat. Yes, the general public has an average reading level of 8th to 9th grade. And that Twitter is making that worse. X, whatever you call it.
Everything.
Like it's literally making it worse because we can't actually have, people can't name like which policy of healthcare each candidate is going about.
Again, there's not enough time for us to know everything, which is why, like, when people get nitpicky about like everyone's candidate, like it's.
But then on YouTube, many of the most popular talking heads spew lies and misinformation because they want more clicks. They don't care about the truth, and I'm sorry to say this, but it leans more conservative. It's just like you look at the population and how much of the general population of people, some people I interact with, they don't care about what is factually accurate about the economy.
I think you're a victim of I'm listening. Because I can argue the opposite point from the algorithms in which I'm being exposed to, right? Because I am a moderate, but I am slightly right-leaning. Because I have Christian values, so some of it's right-leaning, and I am exposed to the misinformation on the left.
Before you
and all of the misinformation, your algorithm is not the same as mine.
Before you respond there, Brett, I just want to say hello to everyone who's joining us for the live stream. We are live right now talking about the 2024 election here. Please, everyone, just take a second to drop a like. It really helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Drop a like on this stream for freedom of speech. And you are all welcome to join us on our Discord server. We have conversations like this every day going on our Discord server. So please come and join us. But don't forget to drop a like. It really helps out the stream. But go ahead, Brett. Did you have a response?
I was just going to say that I understand that the algorithm is affecting different models of thinking. And Star, you made your points earlier about the whole gender conversation and how we haven't been able to have a real conversation about that and how it affects people's lives. But people were almost killed when Trump made the comments about cats and dogs with racial targeting towards Haitian immigrants. And you can laugh at that if you think that's a fake story, but go look up what happened with white supremacist groups in those areas of the town he was talking about. So this kind of rhetoric, where again it is being partaken partially because it is what sells views, not as what is factually accurate, and having a conversation about the facts as well.
My argument would be, were those boys attacked after Kamala Harris told them that they joined the wrong rally after they yelled "Jesus is King"? Were they not
way before that? That was so recent. It was way before that.
I'm not aware of that, but I would definitely want to look into it for sure. The violence is not called for on any side. The violence has to stop.
Yeah, and here's another thing about violence, and like you said,
that they joined the wrong rally is going to piss off all Christians. The vote, right?
Even if it's true that people were upset, and I've seen that video, it's ridiculous. I don't know why she said that, but even if it happened after she said that, would it in any way be reasonable for people in Ohio to start attacking black people because Kamala at a rally was mad at someone saying Christ is King? The answer is no.
I am not okay with the whole they are eating the cat.
Oh, but
I'm forced to vote for Trump because I care about the First Amendment. I think that you think that somehow I'm glorifying the man. No, I think he's a male chauvinist pig. I think he's a racist. I think he's an asshole. But I also think he's a better option.
To a racist asshole? That was not a smart decision. Benson, what do you have to say?
Why you gotta be like that? What is this condescending over here?
It's so stupid. Why would I ever vote for a racist asshole? I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know, because I care about the red, white, and blue, and I care about the Constitution.
Nothing better represents America than a chauvinist asshole, I guess.
Hold on.
Male chauvinist, racist asshole.
Go ahead,
Star.
Yeah.
What did Trump say he was going to suspend in the first couple of days of his administration? The Constitution. He's on record saying that. And even if you don't believe that's real, that's a concern. Say what you know about Kamala.
No, I don't know that. See,
Dude, I hear that too. Where is that? I hear that a lot. Where is that?
Yeah,
I'll get the source. See, you guys keep talking.
One thing people don't realize is that back when I was growing up and you were growing up and many of us were growing up, we watched the same shows and information traveled slower, right? Information traveled slower. We read newspapers and magazines, and often the same ones. We watched the same shows and the same news sources, so we were all on the same page. That is no longer the case. We are all victims of our algorithms and confirmation bias, sponsored by Google.
I just want to point out, not everyone is a victim of their algorithm. There's people who take a really, really hard time that every single thing they think that is a fact, they go ahead and verify, and are nerds like me and many of us in this room who have different programs like Obsidian or OneNote, where we literally have topics and we have things that we read about it, we have information, we just go back and look. This is what we do. So not all of us are just victims of our algorithms. Of course, everyone to some part is swayed by their algorithm because there's some access to information that I might not have or might not get, depending on what my viewpoint is. But I take deliberate attempts because I'm aware of how it can sway me to slow myself down before I talk about facts.
Okay. I completely understand that I am a victim. I do my best to rid myself of them, but I recognize I will always still and forever struggle with them, and I have to pay close attention to them. I also do my best to cross-reference, but people who think that they are above being manipulated, or like they've scientifically proven and shown that people who say, I cannot be manipulated, I research stuff, I am not a victim of confirmation bias, are more so than the people who don't even realize that they're like they've done it. And there's also the Dunning-Kruger effect that you have to keep in mind. So never think that you are too intelligent to be affected by this.
Yeah, let's let
So
Brett.
can I
hang on, Pappy. Let's let Brett respond.
Star, I'm really sorry. School has been crazy, and I'm jacked up with adrenaline right now because I'm not pleased with the way this is going, and I really do think that we are going to have a constitutional challenge if he is elected president. I apologize. I thought that was more general knowledge, but he has said that, I think, at least on one, maybe multiple occasions. Now, whether or not he's really going to,
I have it in the chat section.
Okay.
He does not explicitly say I will suspend the Constitution.
There you go.
I have the source. I have the source.
Does he sideways threaten it? I care about that. Don't fuck with my Constitution.
I have the source. I have a source.
Well, I mean, he already directly contradicted it 3 times.
Don has the source.
Go ahead, Don.
I have the source. I posted it in the chat.
I also posted an image.
Let me post it in the YouTube chat as well for those who are watching us on YouTube real quick. Where is it?
Thank you.
There should be an image in the chat of the actual thing too.
It's in the stream, Don. I just blew it up in the stream.
Okay. Easy. Let me quickly just read from this. So fact check. This is from Newsweek. According to Ground News, this media outlet is considered center. It's neither left or right. You trust Ground News, and that's where they get it. Fact check. Did Donald Trump call to suspend the Constitution? On the bottom, true, in December 2022, while continuing to push the false claim that he false claim that he didn't lose the 2020 election due to widespread voter fraud, Trump suggested the termination of all rules, even those found in the Constitution. He did say that.
Can I? Okay, I don't think that's what he's. Okay, Trump is a dumbass, but I'm pretty sure what he was saying here is if, based on his bullshit about him actually winning the election and not losing, he's saying, well, if I won, but they're stealing the election from me, then that means the Democrats should be okay with abandoning the Constitution. I don't think he's suggesting we should, now that I reread it. I don't think he's saying that he would or that we should.
Yeah, but interpreting what he says when he actually says
he's doing a reductio. Okay, it takes 5 words. He's doing a reductio absurdum. Reductio absurdum is what he's doing.
Okay.
You guys, after we sort this out, Don, did you want to read this? I want to get to a super chat here on YouTube.
Go ahead.
Okay, you want to do this first? So, could Elon Musk have flipped it? So, this is just a question of how influential do you think Elon Musk and Elon Musk's control of Twitter has been in influencing the election outcome here?
Holy crap.
I don't have any data on that, so I can't speak on it.
That autistic man, I am telling you, he's highly influential.
Okay, don't call him autistic. That's
no, but he is, and he is autistic. He admitted he's autistic, and I'm not using it as an insult. I'm just
calling him autistic. It has nothing to do with what he's saying on Twitter.
It's okay.
He's
why do you have to double down on everything you say so hard? Just calm down. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. Anybody have an answer to that? How is he affecting the election? Because I don't see it. I don't feel he's affecting.
I don't have the data to know. I don't think corporations or institutions are run by an individual. I don't think he just sits there in front of his computer at night like you and I do and open the program called Twitter and goes block all of this like some evil scientist.
Yeah.
How that works.
Me and you are making 2 different arguments. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's fucking with the algorithm. My argument is that anyone that is that popular and that polarized, people pay a lot of attention to, and what he says matters to a lot of people.
So he has sway in that regard.
And that's why I brought up his autism, because of the fact that his autism makes it where he doesn't necessarily always understand the social ramifications for the crap that comes out of his mouth. I'm not saying
he understands. I think he absolutely understands that he's trying to get Donald Trump elected.
He's also donated $75 million to America PAC in support of Donald Trump's campaign. So this would be included in what this person's asking about Elon Musk's involvement.
Yeah, well,
and then he's made a lot of
on the question of Elon.
public endorsements and appearances. You know, he's been doing a lot with Trump. So, I mean, so someone can make an argument if the popular vote is within, you know, let's say it's as close as within 10 million votes, then sure. I mean, someone like Elon Musk his opinion could sway 10 million people, but is it going to sway 100 million people? No. I mean, does that sound reasonable?
If I were to guess,
I don't know. It's kind of like throwing a pebble in.
1 second, Star.
Go ahead.
I think to answer the commenter's question, I think the only people that are going to vote Trump because of something Elon did are people that are like super Elon fans, and because their celebrity Elon told them to vote for Trump, they're also doing it. I'm not sure if he's doing anything with Twitter to like advance the agenda, but I think it's just like Katy Perry saying vote for Harris.
Exactly.
I don't think there's anything more or less bad about it.
That's a good point.
Well, no
CJ,
man's an island, and if you throw a pebble and it makes a fucking ripple, it continues to go. It's not just him saying it; it's the people who then go and say it to 10 other people, and those 10 people say it to 10 other people.
We're aware.
Yeah, we know, but
it's the butterfly effect of it all.
Katy Perry's voice is way more powerful than Elon Musk's. Like, let's not. Does anyone disagree with that?
And Tay-Tay.
I don't.
I think for nerds, maybe no, but maybe globally.
No, I mean like global, like numbers wise, like.
Maybe Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift as well.
Is she relevant?
I don't know.
Taylor Swift for sure. I mean, Taylor Swift for sure has had an impact.
No,
we know that. Like she goes to endorse and.
Yeah, that was big. Casey. I wanted to make this clear to all the geeks out there who love like me, who love listening to debates with Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk and these people and people in intellectualism. And,
I like Jordan Peterson. I think.
Hang on. Like this is all fine and dandy, but famous musicians have eons beyond more pull than these guys have. Just I just have to say that. Like it's not even.
What's that got to do with anything? Let's talk about more stuff. Here's a question I have. It's not more so a question, more so like something I've noticed.
I think can I at least read the tweet? Can we read the tweet and go back to the that was supposed to be a
yes,
and not destroy the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure.
To Donald Trump.
Yeah, so he wrote, with the revelation of massive widespread fraud and deception working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2022 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? Question mark. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not concede false and fraudulent elections.
My problem is honestly the Electoral College.
What?
Well, before we go to the Electoral College, can we we'll discuss this. I'm not in the opinion that is calling to suspend the Constitution at this point. Don, what do you think he's saying when he's saying?
You never suspend.
Before I start saying, I think that we have to recognize that clarity, the onus of clarity, is on the speaker. Right?
That's fair.
People cannot hide behind speaking in loose, obfuscatory ways, especially when they're the president of the United States or any type of extremely political and important person. So I'm going to start with that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say he asked a question, and then is moving on to a different point, a new sentence. A massive fraud of this type of magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So he's talking about the fraud that the Democratic Party did. Just linguistically, he's saying their fraud allows, does not say betrays, he does not say calls for or breaks all the rules. He's saying it allows all the rules and regulations. So he's saying, so what is he saying here? I think a brute understanding of this is that it's saying that we have to suspend the laws of the Constitution because our founders would not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
I don't think so.
I think this is going to happen this year if Trump wins. I feel like that's going to happen.
I mean, we can read it this way, or we can read it with he's saying that they are the ones who are basically saying that if this is okay, then we are allowing this type of fraud, and our founding fathers will not. That they're throwing away all the constitutional things.
I think so. I think
we can read it both ways. Now, I ask you this question. Other than just like vibes, what about the text makes you think that?
Me particularly?
Yes.
I mean, it's the sentence. Like, it's not a vibes thing for me. It seems to me like just from sentence structure that he's making a reductio ad absurdum of the leftist position. Now, I would say you made a really good point about being specific. If you are a president or former president and you're upset about an election of all things, and you're speaking in this way that could be reasonably misinterpreted, you're misusing your position in using that Twitter platform. I 100% agree with that. I think he did a shit job at explaining himself, but he's the president or former president of the United States. He doesn't get to make those mistakes. That's my opinion. But
I would actually say that I don't know if he's making a mistake. Trump deliberately talks in between the lines.
That's fair. But even if he was making a mistake.
One second, he deliberately, and if we just look at the subject predicate structure of this sentence, the subject of this fraud allows, on its face, brute, he is saying, if you just analyze a sentence, what's the subject, what's the predicate, right? He asked a rhetorical question. So with the revelation of the massive widespread fraud, the DNC, do you throw the election results out, right? He asked a rhetorical question, and then he makes a statement. A massive fraud of this type allows for the termination of all rules, right? And he creates a declaration ended with exclamation mark. From basic sentence structure, I think that's what I get from it.
And what I'm saying is, even if you're looking at this under the best light, he's still not using that platform responsibly.
I really want to.
Oh, what's the significance? So, like,
well, let's hear Star, because Star's been trying to speak for a little bit, and me and Don.
The reason we brought this up is because earlier we said that I think Star brought up that you care about the Constitution, and that's something that you don't want anyone messing with. And it seems like
I agree, but I haven't been able to.
Okay.
At this point, there is so much I want to say. I don't even know. Go back in time and address each thing, but I think what I would want to start with is, of course, how he talks matters, and he should not be careless with his words. He should be careful, and we should expect that from an American president on either side. And both sides are responsible for being careless with their words. And I'm tired of it, and that needs to change. I'm sick of it. Okay, and I fully understand and agree. I am on, yes, you have to be careful with your words. But that being said, I also think the Republicans and the Democrats have two different perspectives on what happened that day, just in general.
Obviously.
Because the Republican view is there was a riot, or not a riot, but a protest that got out of hand with a few people. Some people broke a window and walked into the Capitol building without being armed and walked through there without being threatened by anyone, being escorted by cops that were opening doors for them. Okay, the Democrats are seeing it as someone was fucking killed. People died. There were armed people in the protests that went out of control, right? And it was horrific. And they aren't recognizing that the people who actually stormed the Capitol building didn't have guns. Okay, and we are literally in two different sides. And when a Republican is shown clips, they are being shown clips of Trump. They are being shown clips of Trump going and saying, hey, this isn't okay. We need to stand up for our rights. Come out here and support the protest. And they're like, yeah, this needs to be protested. And what the Democrats are seeing is arguments where he's going and saying, hey, come over here and support the usurpation of the Capitol. Sorry.
Okay. If we wanted to talk about January 6th, I would love to ask a few questions about January 6th. especially towards Star, but that's only if everyone's down with it.
I want to, yeah.
sure, but
I don't know how we got on this tangent, but
doesn't matter.
Well,
But let's quickly just talk a little bit about the news. I think that Harris now has 205 electoral votes.
I don't think it's going to be called today, man.
Trump is at 230. It looks like the Senate is Republican. 51 out of the 100 votes are for seats in the Senate are Republican, according to the New York Times. And according to their forecast, the New York Times forecast,
Nevada's next.
Trump has a 90% chance of victory, according to the New York Times analysis and forecast. That's all I wanted to share.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Star, if I came to your house and the doors to your house were locked and you had security guards at your house and I had a few of my friends with me. Hold up.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. If it's your house, we'll get to the idea that it's public property in a minute here. But let's assume that it's your house right now and it is private property, okay? Because I'm not sure the public property distinction will matter. You've got security guards on your driveway, and there's a group of people. You can call it a small group, however small you want, and they push the security guards back. They don't harm them. They don't kill them. Maybe a few of them get bumps and scrapes and have to go to the hospital, later or whatever. But then these security guards retreat to the house, and then they go in the house. And then my group of people, we don't have any guns. We might not even have knives, but we do have hammers. We do have poles with a flag on them, right? And we start bashing your window in, and we break in through one of your windows, and then we come into your house. And then the security guards are like, well, these guys are already in the house. Maybe if we are nice to them and just show them around, and they start showing the people that just broke into the house around, would you say that those are unarmed, peaceful protesters, or would you say that they are armed people that broke
Wait, before you answer, Star, I would like to answer. Hold on. I would like to say the same story that he said, but how I see it. So again, the private property, and all that jazz. So the way he's saying it, so he's saying you have your private property and a small group comes and your security, backs out and then they let them in. That's not how it went down, bro.
No. What happened? I didn't say backs out and let them in. I did not say backs out and lets them in. Let's just make that clear. That's not what I said.
That they retreated back into hold on. They retreated back into their house, and so basically you're saying that you're saying the story wrong. What happened was, and there's video footage of it, that the FBI agents are telling them and moving barricades for them to go in. The security is the ones moving barricades.
I'm sorry. Let's go. After Casey shows her exasperation, I have a point. Go ahead, Casey.
How many protesters are pushing up against these fences, shaking them down, trampling?
I'm here for this January 6th.
People who invaded. We are talking about the people who actually went into the building.
Real quick. Okay, Poppy.
Yes, how did they get in there? By having a massive group of people push forward.
Let Casey speak.
The barriers were removed and we were escorted.
The barriers.
Stop.
Okay.
It says you had a massive group of people push forward over the course of an hour. It's what?
That's a different group. There's multiple groups. You got to understand.
There were multiple groups, yes, surrounding the building, pushing forward to the point they're shaking fences down.
Capitol building. The ones that went into the Capitol building were escorted in.
Okay, now stop. Okay, let's assume that the people going into the building were escorted in. Okay, so if they were escorted in by FBI agents, why were they smashing the windows and doors down to get in? That doesn't sound like they're being let in. That sounds like they're smashing the windows and doors.
I'll tell you what. I found a video. I'll see if I can find it again. That literally shows the Republican side.
Did you watch it live by chance? Did you watch it live?
Oh my God, I was so fucking grossed out. Because they were pushing the whole, they are usurping, they are trying to take over the Capitol building.
Did you watch it? Did you watch? How much did you watch live?
I watched plenty of it live, and at the time
plenty of it. Over the course of how many hours that this occurred, and we had live stream for hours.
I watched plenty to know that I did not like what I was seeing. Okay? Stop attacking me because I have a different viewpoint than you.
We're not attacking you.
I'm not attacking you. How many hours did you watch? Exactly how many fucking hours? How many hours?
Okay, I server muted Star. It's getting out of hand.
Hey, you can't scream into the mic in here. Please don't.
You can't scream into the mic in here. Calling other people saying that they're attacking you we take that as a serious accusation on this Discord. And if you say that, you have to be able to prove that someone's attacking you. Casey is disagreeing with you. Just because people are disagreeing with you doesn't mean that they're attacking with you. People can be passionate, just like you are passionate about a subject, and in that tones can rise, and that's okay. And we have to be just as willing to let other people's tone rise as we are to ours, right? So let's refocus. Let's not cry victim, and we can move forward. Thank you.
I don't feel attacked by you disagreeing with me, so I don't know why you are feeling attacked. But whatever.
I just don't like someone who keeps on pushing. How many hours? Watched plenty.
Because I watched for the entirety of it.
When I didn't answer the way you liked it, it's kind of.
Can you elaborate what you saw in those hours?
Can I?
What I saw.
No, let Casey elaborate.
Because I am one of those.
That wasn't a question for you, Star.
That
wasn't a question for you. It was a question for Casey.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Casey. Sorry.
I mean, I watched from the time they started with Trump having the little rally down the street, and they're marching down, and over the course of however many hours, you had like them split up into a few different areas. Some of them are shaking down the fences. You see some of the police officers are trampled down to the point they're pushed back towards the building. They start breaking windows. They're pushing through doors. And keeping in mind, because how many police officers died on the scene? We were watching them crushed.
0, but people died after. People died later in the hospital.
Right. Well, I'm saying due to the events, they were hospitalized and several of them died later on in the day, or however much later, because of the injuries they sustained. Right.
One cop shot.
And so they.
It's pretty horrible. What I saw was horrible.
One cop shot.
Yes, look it up.
Was she?
Look it up.
She wasn't active service.
Look it up.
Are you talking about Ashley Babbitt?
I don't know her fucking name.
Okay.
The protester that was killed?
Come on, man.
No, it wasn't a protester. It was a police officer that got
shot.
Stop.
Don't tell us to look it up if you don't even know her name. Come on, man.
Oh my God. I don't even remember, I went out to school at a party. I don't remember everybody's name that I met.
Guys, everyone just chill a little bit. Like, we don't have to. Let's
let me respond to her, please.
Hang on. I'm just give each other a little bit of time in between speaking. Everyone will get a turn. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just.
Okay. Let me respond to her. Okay. Just like I've watched horrific events on the internet, I was highly triggered and highly emotional and very angry. And there were all kinds of pissed off feelings, and I wanted to strangle that orange man. I sure in the hell did. But then I calmed the fuck down, and I looked for information on both sides to try to figure out exactly what's going on and how it started and all of this stuff. And information has a tendency, or like the lies travel around the world faster than the truth has a chance to pull on its pants. Right? You've heard that? And there's all these different things flying around, and you're sifting through shit to try to find golden nuggets of truth. Right?
Are you saying that we're acting on lies?
One second.
Did you...
Go ahead, Casey.
Did you also watch the committee hearings, the investigations that came through, the bipartisan committee hearing, Republicans and Democrats collecting all the data from over the course of however many
I
hours.
was more.
Yeah.
What
I
about
was
it?
more focused at that point on what was going on in Ukraine.
So the answer is
And,
no. So the answer is no.
But yes, I
Yeah.
did. I just didn't tune in. But I did look. My information, the stuff I was exposed to, the stuff I looked up.
Can we follow
was the whole
Casey's
Nancy
train of logic?
Pelosi bullshit.
Can we
That
follow
side of
Casey's
it.
train of logic real quick? Can we just
Okay,
please
go ahead.
entertain
Yeah,
her?
what is it? I'm kind of
She's going somewhere.
Okay, go ahead.
I was asked what I saw, and I'm just curious because from what I saw
I
and
didn't-
the
I
committee
didn't-
hearings and all the information since then over the course of the 4 years since, I've tried to keep up with the information, and
So you know
it
that
seems to
legal
correlate to
evil
Trump
guy?
instigating. What?
I literally don't know when people are. There's a gap, and I don't know when
You
people are
just
done talking.
wait longer than you think. Literally, just wait.
I didn't
Wait until it's awkward and silent.
Go ahead, Star.
Okay. Well, you know that legal eagle guy that goes after stuff happens. That YouTuber that goes and basically breaks it all down for you and gives you the facts. I basically listened to him afterwards. Yeah. I basically listened to him afterwards to catch up on what's going on because that's a lot of shit to digest, right?
Do you think that's a smart idea?
Okay.
I don't think Legal Eagle is pro-Trump. I'll just put that out there.
Well, I don't even know. Honestly, I
think he said this is
Well,
he said this is like one of the most consequential elections in history, and that.
No, I'm focused on the Ukraine. I almost voted Democrat because of it. Okay, because I actually care what's going on over there. It's pretty fucking bad. The war
It is.
crimes.
It's horrific.
Yeah. But my part, what I was saying is, I looked into the Nancy part of it, and that's the part that disturbed me. The part in which the part in which Trump literally said, "Hey," like days in advance, "Hey, so there's going to be this protest. Do you guys need?" Because he offered the federal freaking help, right? He offered to secure the building, and Nancy Pelosi said no.
Okay, well, okay, hold on.
I'll just quickly start. Real quick. CJ, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything on the topic. You're going to be able to say whatever you want to say. I'm just going to say, before you talk about that and that conspiracy and everything that has to do with it, I just want to remind people that Travis hasn't done it yet, but subscribe. It helps his channel out. And also, if you're going to look up information about this election, please refrain from just looking at your Twitter feed, your TikTok feed, or your Instagram feed.
I don't.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. Go on to the New York Times, go on to the AP, go on to Reuters, going to established institutions that have this information, and get your information about what is going on live there.
And while we're on a quick break here, I just want everyone to remember, regardless of the results, remember that there is something for you in the policy platform of each candidate. So if your party loses today, just make the effort to go over to see what the other platform of the winning party has that you can be excited about. Because if you can't find it, literally come find me on Discord, send me an email at travis@pang-burn.com, and you can give me a list of things that are important to you, and I will show you how the other party has something in their policy platform for you to be excited about. I know it might seem grim and that it seems like these parties are so far away from each other ideologically, but it's not as
think
far.
a lot of them are liars.
Yes,
That's my problem. They're liars, bro.
Country over party. Right? Country over party. Don't forget that the red, white, and blue is something you're supposed to be proud of and care about.
It's not as extremely far apart as a lot of people, I think, will the way that they'll talk about this stuff, the way that they will try and separate people into feeling like you're in two different worlds when you are supporting two different parties. But I really don't think it's as far apart as it may seem. So don't allow this to crush your spirit, whatever the results are. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
So anyway, I watched a documentary, and that was what I was trying to tell you. Go ahead.
And also, if you do lose, it's your job to go out there and make sure that everyone else knows what your criticisms are. But goddamn, okay. So we're talking about this Nancy Pelosi thing about how she didn't get enough security guards or whatever at the Capitol building. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I wasn't done with that Nancy Pelosi thing, and you're going to take it over before I finish it.
You went on pretty deep with that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to steelman your. I'm trying to steelman your position here. So Nancy Pelosi had the opportunity to secure the White House further, and it was already secured, but denied the extra security request. Is that your claim?
Yes.
Okay, and
my claim is also.
Okay, finish it. Let's see where this goes.
Okay, my claim is also there is video evidence of her during the actual event and before the event, literally talking before it was going to happen, how they were going to dramatize it and how they were going to sell it to the American public, literally on camera.
No, okay. I will grant you that. Do you have any other extra things there? Because I'll just give that to you. I'll say that.
Okay. My thing is that they were trying to spin it in order to misrepresent the situation.
I'm granting that. Let's say I'm granting that for sake of argument.
Interrupting me then.
Hold up. Let's say I'm granting that.
How about you let me fucking finish?
Starfire, you're not letting anyone finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You're talking over everyone. You have to recognize that you're doing this.
I'm trying to get to. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to get to the actual cool important of this, other than Nancy Pelosi did this or didn't do this. Okay, let's just say that she did do all this crap, and that Nancy Pelosi knew this was going to happen, and she let it happen. So she knew it was going to happen. She let it happen by not bringing extra people in. And the reason she wanted it to happen was so she could make Trump look bad and use this in the press and whatever, because she knew Trump was going to fall for it. She knew all these people were going to join the rally, and it was going to look horrible. Let's say all these things are true. Let's say stop. Let's say all of these things are true. Let's say all these things are true. If I give you a gun and I know you're going to shoot my neighbor with it, but I'm letting you get that gun and shoot my neighbor because I know it'll make you look bad. It's still a bad thing for you. It's still a bad thing for you to shoot my neighbor, and it's still a bad thing for Trump to tell these people to go there and say nothing for hours while they are breaking into the building and trying to delay, not trying to delay the certification of the vote, actually succeeding in delaying the certification. It's still wrong. Nancy Pelosi bad because she helped them do it. But it's still wrong for them to do it, and Trump's still bad.
I still believe they were peacefully protesting. The media is very much skewing that narrative. That narrative.
I'm just going to pull up a video.
Let's watch a video of these peaceful protesters.
Oh my God! How about I give you
the coming from the same crowd? This is coming from the same crowd that was getting mad at CNN for saying more.
Fucking A! I really hate that he went and me off, said, let me finish. I'm going to let you talk, and then it never fucking happened.
Well, to be fair, it is probably Star's turn because we were talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Star.
Oh my God. My point is that it was literally manipulated to look that way to you guys. And that what it really was mostly a peaceful protest. You forget that of all of the stuff that happened during the Black Lives Movement and the riots that happened.
What aboutism? We're not first of all,
you
nobody.
Is that it was nowhere near that. There was violence, but it was not in that Capitol building. Is my
There was no
point.
violence in the Capitol building.
We're watching. We've got a video pulled up if you guys want to watch.
Inside the
Let's
Capitol
watch the
building?
peaceful
Yeah,
protesters.
show
Can I
me
step in?
violence inside the
Okay.
Capitol building.
Hang on.
What?
Don
So-
pulled up a video here. Let's watch the video together, and then
I'm
we can
down.
make some
Let's
comments.
watch.
I'm gonna let the YouTube audience watch as well. YouTube audience,
Go
thank
for
you
it.
guys so much for being here. Smash that like button. I know everyone's energy and tempers are high with and their passions are high with what's going on with the election, but we're trying to keep everything's even keel here as much as we can. But we're gonna have a look at this video and then let us know what you guys think of January 6th.
And whose video is this?
Urging
TBS.
supporters
Okay.
to march to the Capitol and fight.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Around 1 p.m., as Trump is wrapping up his remarks in the park, the day turned violent. A group of his supporters on the western side of the Capitol confront the handful of police guarding the barriers and force their way through. Moments after Mr. Trump finished his more than hour-long speech, thousands of protesters streamed from that rally site and walked this route, down Pennsylvania Avenue, directly to the U.S. Capitol grounds. Several people told us that day they expected Vice President Pence to overturn the 2020 election results.
What needs to happen today is Vice President Pence needs to not open the 7 state electors' envelopes for the states that I mentioned. Set them aside and send it all back to their state legislatures.
Well, we got to stop this steal from happening because if we don't, nobody's ever going to vote again. There's not going to be any integrity in our voting systems.
As the crowd grows, clashes between Trump supporters and Capitol police officers, clearly outnumbered, intensified.
We're not going to take it anymore. This is our country.
Outside, the Capitol's West Front became a battleground. Inside, the joint session of Congress to certify election results was underway. The traditionally ceremonial process is upended by Republicans, led by Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona and Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, challenging Trump's loss, sending lawmakers to their separate chambers to debate.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
Meanwhile, around 2 p.m., the East Side
How many failed
barricades are
lawsuits?
breached. Here's what I saw from outside the Capitol.
Around 6.
Half an hour ago, vehicle barriers that had been set up a good 100 yards away or so from the Capitol were first breached by a group of protesters. Capitol Hill police retreated a little bit more. Then hundreds more protesters started to stream up this walkway in front of the Capitol. It is a remarkable scene.
On the West Front, the mob tore down scaffolding, battled their way through the last line of police defense, and broke into the Capitol building itself. NewsHour congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins was inside the building reporting live as it happened.
Judy, there are protesters. Protesters have now broken into the U.S. Capitol.
And we'll stand in recess until the call of the chair.
The Senate was called into recess and evacuated. The mob of Trump supporters roamed the historic halls.
Oh, if you have a problem with
the barricades. Very rowdy.
Footage captured the
I still don't see anything wrong so far.
Let the video
Utah to safety before running ahead to divert the approaching mob away from the Senate.
That cop, get his name.
Rioters came within 100 feet of Vice President Mike Pence, whose security detail
cop didn't do anything wrong.
the office of the Senate. While this was happening, at 2:24 p.m., Trump tweeted from the White House, criticizing Pence for not having, quote, the courage to do what should have been done. Remarkably, the House was still in session when rioters attempted to break into that chamber. A police officer shot Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California and QAnon conspiracy theorist, as she and a crowd tried to break into the rear of the chamber where some lawmakers were still sheltering. According to an analysis from the New York Times, rioters breached the Capitol in at least 8 different places. They entered the Rotunda, Statuary Hall, and the Senate chamber. Some broke into the offices of lawmakers, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's. Law enforcement arrived to clear a hallway above Statuary Hall, where NewsHour correspondent Lisa Desjardins was sheltered.
But I do hear shouting as police seem to one by one be taking down the protesters, telling them to get on the ground, trying to control the situation.
Democratic Senator Patty Murray from Washington State spoke with Judy Woodruff about hiding in her office with her husband that day.
And we heard somebody saying, we saw them, they're in one of these rooms. And they were pounding on our door and trying to open it.
Oh no, not this lady. We have a different video of her.
Praying.
And it's evil.
Would not break in.
Meanwhile,
oh my God!
As the crowd
I promise you, there's a documentary, and that lady is around Nancy Pelosi. She's one of her Nazi Pelosi people, and they were talking about
Can we
how
do this after? Can we do this after?
I swear to God.
Can we do this after?
Rioters, outnumbering law enforcement by more than 50 to 1, attacked, dragged, and beat police officers, crushing them underfoot and spraying them with chemicals.
They began to beat with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
In testimony to Congress, former D.C. Metro Police Officer Michael Fanone recounted being pulled into a crowd of protesters.
I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser.
Star, please mute. It's echoing really bad.
In total, nearly 150 police officers were injured on the day. During the attack,
mute me because I'm having a hard time figuring out how.
Urged him to take action and tell his supporters to stop the assault. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy spoke with him from the besieged Capitol. His son, Donald Trump Jr., and several Fox hosts texted White House contacts to tell Trump to address the crowd. Hours passed before President Trump did anything to address the insurrection. Just after 4 p.m., he released a video repeating unfounded claims about the election results.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace.
Around this time, police began to secure the Capitol. Flashbangs and tear gas were used to clear the Western Terrace, the site of presidential inaugurations. Police declared the Capitol complex secure around 8 p.m.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win.
In the early hours of the next day, January 7th, Congress finished certifying the election results. Some Senate Republicans withdrew their initial objections.
The chair declares the joint session dissolved.
A Capitol police officer, Brian Sicknick, suffered 2 strokes and died that evening. In the days and months following the attack, 4 police officers who were on duty died by suicide. More than 720 people have been arrested and charged with crimes linked to January 6th. The physical destruction of that day has since been cleaned up, but questions of how to repair the deeper damage to our democracy remain. For the PBS NewsHour in Washington, I'm Amna Nawaz.
All right.
There we go.
Thoughts?
I think Starship might have a lot of thoughts about it, about Nazi Pelosi. For me, this is clearly just, you could see that there were violence. They were trying to get into the Capitol. They were looking for specific senators and Congress people. Some of them were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." They had a noose outside. This doesn't seem like a peaceful protest.
I think they had a guillotine, too.
Maybe, I don't remember that. This is obviously not a peaceful protest, and I think that while you can make an argument that you don't think that this was bad, at least don't deny the fact that this was violent.
I'm sorry. Halfway through, I was.
Go
ahead. So if you can send me the clip, I'll be watching it later. I was trying to find the documentary about Nancy Pelosi on that specific day, right? And
but I want us to address the first thing that was said. Both 2 people in this room have said that this was not violent.
I didn't see any violence when I left. I was like, oh, I can how they're portraying it as
everybody in
violence,
this room,
but those are
everybody in
people
this room is
walking
not
down.
lying to you. Travis,
Okay.
CJ, I'm sure Poppy, CW, Casey, Brett, I Love
Links in the
Seb,
chat.
and myself, and most of the chat saw the video. There was violence in the video. Right?
Okay.
We can agree to that. Put your
Okay,
hand up
no.
if you agree, or whatever spam and
I'm sorry,
emoji.
where
I don't
did
know.
someone hit someone or threaten someone with a weapon? I
In this
don't
video,
know.
in this
They were
video, there were
trampling-
a bunch
they were
of protesters
trampling and
hitting
beating
police
police.
officers. They
Yeah.
were hitting police officers with hockey sticks, spraying mace in their face, dragging them onto the floor, stomping them, stealing a riot
In the Capitol
there.
building or the protest outside? That's
Can
my
I
question.
say something
And
about
then
this?
breaking the door, the glass window, and
Yeah,
jumping
breaking
into
the
the
window. That's the
jumping
most
into
violent
the
thing I
Capitol
saw them
building
do.
while walking around, banging on doors of senators, trying to kick them down, breaking windows, jumping through windows that they broken. That's how Ashley Babbitt got shot.
So what happened on January 6th?
We just watched the whole video about it.
No. Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at is like,
you saw
let's
like
let Poppy
imagery
go.
is important and it abuse.
Let's go with Poppy.
You understand that?
Poppy.
Poppy, go ahead.
okay. So what I'm trying to get at, so what happened, or what the thing is, they try to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Yes, there was some violence there, but they're trying to figure out who perpetrated that violence, because there were FBI agents amongst those protesters. And you know how mob mentality works. One
dear
monkey
Jesus.
see, monkey do. So I'm sure one of them FBI agents got in through
Okay,
the barricades. And
No,
then-
I'm not.
We do also have transcripts over the course of several months of the people that were involved orchestrating this.
Yes, and they all got
did
arrested. Some of them didn't even go to the protest and got arrested. Like, it's just like this January
Because they
6th
were-
was
Let
meant to be.
Casey, let
this was
Casey
meant-
finish. Let Casey
this
finish.
January, who? Let Casey? Okay.
Yeah, let Casey finish.
I lost my train of thought. It was we do have the communications between people that helped to coordinate all of this, and it's not like everybody was the FBI agents. Yes, there were probably several, maybe some involved. I don't know exactly. I do remember hearing about like police officers, active military members, things like that, and they did get punished for it afterwards because they broke the freaking law.
They didn't.
But along with like all the regular citizens, but it all built up, and we saw that it was all orchestrated by Trump and
No.
people around
So,
him.
I want to read some information.
Can I respond?
You guys,
So, Casey,
I'm
you're
not
saying that
saying
this
that
was all
Trump
planned.
doesn't have his responsibility.
Please,
I'm
Mark,
on.
my fucking
you
God.
guys, let Poppy respond,
Dude,
and
no.
then I'm going to read some information after Poppy responds. Go ahead, Poppy.
Travis, before you read that information, and after Poppy, can I say one quick thing about the FBI?
If it's quick, yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, Poppy.
So, you were saying that this is all planned ahead of time, and there's paperwork following that this was all staged, right? So, what are you saying, that this was all planned for them to breach the Capitol, or for them just to go and protest? Which one did they have on paper that they were planning?
They wanted to
do?
stop the steal. The rhetoric
What
they
was-
used
Mhm.
was to stop the steal, which included to do whatever the hell you have to do. I mean, Trump's the amount of things that he said about it that, yes,
And he specifically
meant
said to go
break
inside?
into this building, hang my vice president, all these violent things. Like, yes, that was the intent, to stop the steal.
Okay, so that's what you believe. So what happened is people went to protest, and again, you're saying that their plan was to go into the Capitol and do all this.
You guys are both speaking truths. You're just not putting all the pieces.
I'm trying to get to the base. I'm trying to get her pieces,
Yeah.
pendeja. Fuck, I'm trying to get. This is how you discuss and debate.
No, you don't get to call anyone a bitch. Don't do that.
I didn't call her. I called her
No,
an idiot.
Okay,
You called me an
Yeah,
idiot.
You can't call, you can't call
I-
anyone names here. But anyways, what I wanted to read was just something here. So yes,
Didn't let me finish, but okay.
Hang on, you can go after this. Yes, the FBI had informants present during the January 6th events at the U.S. Capitol. An FBI informant affiliated with the Proud Boys testified that he marched to the Capitol with other members on that day. He stated that he was unaware of any plans to invade the building and did not believe the group inspired the violence that occurred. Additionally, reports indicated that the FBI had informants within the crowd during the Capitol riot. These informants provided real-time information to their handlers as the events unfolded. However, there is no credible evidence to suggest that the FBI orchestrated or incited the attack.
There is never any credible evidence.
FBI Director Christopher Wray testified that the agency did not have prior knowledge of the plans to storm the Capitol and did not instigate the violence. In summary, while FBI informants were present during the January 6 events, their role was to gather intelligence, not to provoke or participate in the violence. And that's sourced by Associated Press, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, can I say who Associated Press is?
PolitiFact. Fact
Associated.
Hang on, before you jump into this, you might want to realize you're going to have to go after a lot of different sources that corroborate this, not just a couple.
Yes, sir, and they're all part of the CIA. They're all CIA cutouts.
Oh my god,
this is the problem. See, then we get into conspiratorial stuff. This is the point that I'm trying to get at. Please cut me off. Can I just speak freely here? Can I speak freely here?
Yes.
So this is the whole point that I'm trying to get at, because I can't say anything that's conspiratorial without you guys going ham at me. Like, that's the whole point of everything that's going on. The people, we talked about this earlier about who they were. We were talking about, like, who are they that decide who's right and who's telling truth and they are the ones telling the story right now. AP's story is the one giving their side of they're the ones committing crimes and they're giving you their side of the story. So you're sourcing them, but I honestly believe that they are a CIA cutout and are not in the interest of the American people.
Well, then you need
they're there to lie. They're there
to
back up the establishment.
Because I think you're cognitively vulnerable to conspiracy. If that's what you
see, I can't see. That's the thing. I can't bring up conspiracies because then they are automatically brushed off. They are not conspiracies.
You can, what can you provide sources on what you're talking about? Because I know Trav always asks ChatGPT. We've got. I trust Trav to those sources. I have no idea who you are, Poppy. No offense.
That's fine.
See, that's the thing. It's possible what you're saying is true, but how can you turn it from possible to plausible? Possibility ought not weigh into your epistemological standards. So how do you take it from possible to plausible? Give me something.
It's plausible that the FBI agents interfered?
No, I just read you that the general consensus is that they were there, but they didn't instigate.
Yeah, again, that's the establishment lying, I believe.
Just because something is an establishment line doesn't make it false.
You believe?
I mean, it's my how would I say, my right to not believe it though. Like, again, people have all this misinformation, and it's up to the individual to decide whether it's true or not.
But do you want us to take your argument seriously? If you want people to have a conversation.
Yes, my conversation is that January 6th was a peaceful protest that got out of hand because of the powers that be wanted it to be that way.
Yeah, but
so
that's a claim. That's an
because I think most people did show up just wanting to protest, and you did have people that.
So, Poppy,
it got out of hand.
Poppy, do you agree that that's an empirical claim that we can investigate? And if you do agree, which you should,
what is that, honey? What is that? Empirical claim. I'm not a
claim that we could investigate through our senses to see if we can collect evidence to verify the claim.
To verify what? That we're being lied to?
Sure.
Or what are you trying?
The FBI the conspiracy you just outlined.
So what'd you say, Balls? What?
The empirical claim we're making is about the FBI.
Okay. So think about all the wars that we've been to. We've been lied to them. I don't believe anything that is from the establishment.
Now we're gish galloping. This is what's called gish galloping.
Poppy, wouldn't it be so convenient if you started making arguments, or if I made an argument maybe, and you came up with a counter argument, you had evidence, right, to show that I was wrong, and then you give me a source, and I say, oh, dude, I can't rely on that source. That's Russian misinformation. That's Russian propaganda. And for every piece of evidence I come up with,
if someone told me that, I'd be like, all right, let's get down to the crooks and let's investigate this. This news media outlet. Again, AP is a cutout of the CIA.
Okay, but me and you are having a conversation right now, and unless the only conversation you want to have is every single source media and which one I'm allowed to use as evidence, then there's no point in us having a conversation if we can't come to an agreement on basic facts, especially if we've just seen a video that I don't think any of this about the FBI even matters. We just saw a video, and we all know about Ashley Babbitt and what she was doing when she got shot. I don't think any of this.
Don't know who that is.
The FBI stuff is interesting, and maybe there is conspiracy or whatever. But all of that aside, these people still went into the White House. They still do you disagree?
Barriers. Did you see how peacefully they were going through the barriers? Like how crazy there were some windows broken. They were following the damn barricades. Like how wild is that?
Poppy, Poppy. Let's talk about the facts, right? Because obviously we disagree.
The facts
go
ahead.
Poppy, before we can make a determination and me and you can ever hope to agree or have a understanding of the situation, we need to agree on the facts. Do you agree on that?
Fact?
The facts surrounding January 6th.
What fact?
We have to have. I'm trying to get to them. We're not talking. Oh, sorry. We're not talking about the specific facts right now. But if you and me are ever going to have an agreement or substantial conversation about January 6th, we need to agree on what happened there. Correct?
Okay.
First.
Can you agree that he might have a different list of facts than you have, and that you might be right and be somewhere in the middle?
Yes, I agree. We obviously have a different facts. So let's try to work on a set of facts, and I'm going to try to work off of your set of facts to show my position on January 6th. Okay, Poppy, do you agree that the certification of the vote, certification of the election, was delayed on January 6th? Do you agree that happened?
I guess.
Do you agree that the certification of the election was delayed? Was it delayed or not?
I guess. I don't know. What's your point? What's your point?
Okay, if you don't know, because the whole issue with January 6th is that the certification of the election was delayed by force and not by anyone in Congress.
Again,
that's a bad
happened.
thing.
Again, this they were just peacefully protesting outside until the powers that be, which is what I think the conspiracy. Someone got involved and they went inside. And remember, I was talking about that cop that was inside. I said something throughout the video. I said, "Remember that cop, that black cop? Remember I said that individual stopped what was going to happen from happening." So, did you see how the protesters were going to confront with the members of Congress? That was going to happen. That officer deviated all the protesters and took them upstairs instead of clashing with the other congressmen. And do you know what he's saying about that situation?
What?
He's saying that he didn't know what was going on. So I think the powers that be wanted the protesters and the Congress people to clash within the building, and this cop who was not in on it did his job and protected those congressmen. Because I feel like, again,
congratulations, Poppy. Congratulations, you've just shown us a perfect example of conspiratorial line drawing.
And an appeal to ignorance.
I'm sorry, it's conspiracy.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to set up a set of facts that we can all agree on, and then you bring in a black cop that prevented
I got his name.
Okay, then you brought up a black cop that prevented protesters from attacking a group of Congress members or
from clashing. Did you see that? Did you see that?
What is clashing? What is clashing?
Look, okay, so did you see that? Remember I talked about those barricades and they were walking through like again, like monkey see, monkey do. They were all walking, right? So the whole protesters were being guided. They were being guided by somebody.
Who?
That guy guided them away.
Exactly. Good. He did his job. And I'm saying before he got involved, they were going to clash.
Well, how about all the other ones that were trampled? Were they doing their job?
Yes. They were probably part of the CIA. Again, this is all conspiratorial.
They're part of it.
Is all conspiratorial.
Even though you don't like.
Okay, I have an idea. Can we at least all try to agree on a goal?
That secretly There's a cabal of lizards. I don't care anymore.
See, that's
Can
what
we
happens when you bring
agree
up
on a
You're
goal
not actually
that
talking to
instead
me.
of trying to
You're not actually willing to address the evidence. What is evidence? You appeal to your
you guys
ignorance.
are giving me AP evidence. It's like we went to war with Vietnam because the Gulf of Tonkin. The Gulf of Tonkin was a lie, but it was truthful when it happened.
Stop. Please stop. Thank you very much.
Can we agree on a goal,
No,
please?
you're going to stop too. For God's sakes, you're going to stop. So you're all going to have to learn to talk in a group of people and just shut up for 5 seconds. Like, I'm getting so tired. I just want to have a conversation with people, and it's unbelievable. You have to address each claim at a time. We keep moving from point A to point Z to point K. We're in a different language. We're speaking Farsi at this point. Okay, we've moved so many alphabets, so many different points.
Agreed.
If we're not going to address what is the standard, if we're not going to address what is the standard of evidence, how we get to understand what is true and what is not true, how logic and argumentation work, all that's going to happen is we're going to talk way past each other. We've gotten to the point of the conversation where we're just going to have to be like, this is a conspiracy conversation. Do you want to have the conspiracy conversation? Let's have it. Let's talk about what is sound logic, what is sound epistemology. Because if we're not going to do that, I'm just not interested in having this. Because we're just going to talk past each other. Because all you're going to say, it's a conspiracy, and you got to shake your hand. Why do we shake our heads? Because addressing conspiratorial logic and faulty epistemology, I can't just do it with one sentence and address exactly what you have to say. Because the entire underlying thinking of how you get from I don't know, I have a belief, I justified that belief for knowledge, and I have a truth claim, you don't even know how you do that. So I can't even begin to talk with you about the subject. That's my problem. And that's why I shake my head.
Are you done with your narcissistic tirade?
No.
Oh my. Okay. No.
Go ahead, balls.
Okay.
Hold on to this. Hold on. Star.
Poppy,
can I?
1 sec.
Yeah, I came in at a good time.
1 sec. Star
Travis
is gonna get a 10-minute mute.
Thank you.
Because you can't attack people. We already said this. You said something that Don was a narcissistic whatever for saying what he said. We're going to continue on. Poppy, why don't you say what you were going to say?
I was waiting for balls. He had a question for me.
Okay.
Yeah. All Don was trying to do is he's trying to get this into a productive mode. That's all he's trying to do. So, Poppy, I get it. You're trying to
argue on facts.
Okay. Yeah. The reason why I would get frustrated, and probably the others, when we hear something that sounds like a conspiracy is because how am I supposed to follow the truth claim of your conspiracy that the FBI pushed the January 6th incident and they had covered by the CIA and all the people that are reporting and saying that the January 6th was an insurrection or a travesty of democracy are also parts of the CIA? How am I supposed to distinguish that conspiracy from me saying actually aliens were inside possessed every Republican and made them do that, but none of them actually wanted to do that. Poppy and then Benson.
Well, if I have to, because then I have to bring up other stuff of how these entities of which I say are liars and a part of the system, I have to bring up other stuff, and you guys are like, what aboutism? And I'm floating all over the place. So I can't justify the government being how would I say? I can't justify the government being corrupt and taken over by somebody without bringing up facts of other lies that they brought up.
You can absolutely show that the government is corrupt, doing something wrong without appealing to this unprovable idea that the CIA did it, but we'll never know that the CIA
I said
did
the
it.
FBI was involved.
No, but you didn't say the CIA was involved. You said all of the news networks are owned by the CIA.
Yeah, AP. Yeah, that was for Mr. Travis. He was bringing up the facts,
sorry.
and I did.
Yeah, sorry. The FBI did it, but we'll never have proof that the FBI did it because all the news networks are owned by the CIA is covering for the FBI. It's an unprovable claim, and it's disprovable too because by nature of the claim, nobody can ever have evidence because the CIA controls all the information. It's impossible to ever have evidence. So maybe your claim is true, but even if it is true, it's impossible to prove or disprove.
Exactly, and that's the state we're in, and that's why we got Trump in office right now.
Okay, so don't hold that. If it's impossible to prove or disprove your position, then you need to change your position.
My position that the government lies about January 6th or taking it out of proportion, because that's what I think.
I think they took it out of proportion, but you. Okay.
And
Benson
purposely
probably,
for like I
Benson
said,
probably has something. Benson probably
Yes,
has something
sir.
better to say than I do. Go ahead.
At what point do we hold the standard of truth to where like the claim is being made about lizard people in the government and such of those natures? If we don't have a standard of truth that we can agree upon, which is what Don was trying to get to, where we have a conversation, at some point it just becomes throwing ideas out, which it's freedom of speech. But the issue though is that we go from one to another, and that is the rabbit hole that is not just YouTube, but also like how QAnon and the rest of the ideas out there, they're not, oftentimes when I've gone to go look at the resources, it's not proof, it's subjective opinion on a given topic. Does the government favor the wealthy who put money into elections and it screws over the common person? And what happened on that given day? There could be things that we investigate with that, just to try to not go off too far off track. If we don't have a standard of truth, and we're like we were saying earlier, just the debate goes back and forth and we don't have a common ground.
What would be that standard of truth? Like, what would be a standard of truth?
If you wanted to give critiques of the government and we had the time to provide the resources on a specific claim of something they did, and you had, like Travis was saying with the epistemological, just the basis for it, if you had the evidence that we could look at, that would be fine. But the problem is that it goes from one claim to several claims, and while one could be, again, like, is our country a meritocracy? Well, when you look at different elements of it, there are some elements of it, but from another perspective, it's not, because of how much wealth is generated and how wealth begets more wealth, etc. I don't want to go too far off topic, but do you see how fastly it goes from one topic to another?
Yeah, and without that common truth and those seven other, I get what your point. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's not, again, like, the thing is that there's this phenomena we're noticing, everyone's noticing this, right, on YouTube or other social media platforms, where it just goes from one topic to the next. So the correlation of a person being like a flat earther and then going to say that climate change is completely fake, it's stunning how close those are interrelated. And I'm not trying to like talk smack on people and their beliefs, but yeah,
well,
I just
then that when I came to that argument, like I got attacked right away, and there wasn't like we could have had this conversation we're having right now when, like I said, Travis was bringing up the his sources, and I told him AP News is for me not a good source. Bam, I got berated, and we got thrown off topic, and
Travis didn't bring up once. Yeah, it was many sources. You wouldn't let me finish.
There were, and I don't believe in any of them. So we could have just stopped there and agreed that we don't believe the same. Like there's a lot of news networks that I don't believe.
Do you believe the Federal Bureau of Investigation, like the FBI? Of
course not.
They lie.
He thinks they're not.
What they report.
I'm just saying they lie.
How do you know?
Again, like
when can someone who lies tell the truth?
I mean, would I trust them?
That's not what I asked.
But it's the same thing, though. Would I trust them?
No, it's not.
No. Listen to the question. If someone who lies, can a person who lies tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say we have an untrustworthy person. Whatever they say, you have to verify: is it true or is it false? Are we following so far, right? So let's say there's a person who we believe is a liar. They lie, or the person who has in the past not been completely truthful. So when they say something, we take a second and we have to go verify it. How do you go about verifying whether information presented to you is true or false?
Well, like he just brought up those sources, so I don't know how to combat those sources.
How do you, when let's say you're on your news feed, you're on your algorithm, you get a piece of information. How do you evaluate whether that piece of information is true or false?
Well, first it's my gut, and then after that you look into it. You read about it.
But
how do you read about it?
Don, if I can jump in here. So when you say your gut, it's something that seems
at first.
It's something that seems coherent to you, but if you have time, you're going to look into it, right? To see if you can correspond it. Yeah. See, the problem is I remember you saying earlier is like people don't have time to investigate all this stuff. They kind of have to go with their gut, right? You were saying that earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think the problem here is that if your primary source of informing your epistemological standards of truth is coherence as
epistemal what? What?
Hang on.
What?
I
what is
will
that?
explain it. If your primary source of informing your epistemological standard of truth is coherence, that is your gut feeling is informing what you know, and you're accepting that as knowledge because some of this stuff you don't have time to go and investigate. You have all of these
I'm
things.
unemployed, honey. I got time. I was talking for the basic average American. I got time. I'm unemployed.
I know. I'm just trying to tell you what I think is going on is that I think you're what I would like to see is that your primary method of knowing becomes that of a correspondence criteria of truth, which is more like using empiricism as your method of attempting to understand. And if you can't investigate
what is that empiricism of what? Please, sir, I'm layman's terms.
So epistemology is the branch of philosophy that studies and tries to understand what is knowledge. How do we know what we know? So when Travis says your epistemological standard, it is the way your standards, when you've thought about them, well, how do I get to truth? How do I know if something is a lie or a truth, whatever standard that is? Mm-hmm. That it seems like if you're just basing off of your gut at first.
That's epistemological knowledge?
Yeah, that's called epistemology.
Okay.
Epistemology is the study of how do we know. So when Travis says correspondence.
So it's my truth. Like my truth, technically, right?
No, we're not talking about my truth. We're talking about the standards, for example.
No, not that me too shit, but I'm just saying literally my truth.
If a scientist one thinks that the sun goes around the earth, they have a standard of evidence that they'll do. Mm-hmm. There's ways to do it. You don't just believe it based on gut. You don't just do it based on feelings. There's a way to go about it. Journalists have this. Researchers have this. Psychologists have this. Every single field of inquiry, keyword inquiry, which is investigation, has a standard to determine what is true and what is not true. Have you ever heard of these terms before?
You just fucking explained it to me, and I was trying to. So that hour you took to explain is just epistolala means my way of thinking.
Yeah, what is your standard? How do you get to truth?
Okay, so now, damn, you could have just said that. So
we did say that.
We did.
No, like trying to talk down. Look.
No, he's not trying to talk down. He's using the best words to explain the situation.
I need help. Thank you. No,
yeah, those are the right words.
I asked what that definition was. You didn't give me the definition. Homeboy had to come tell me.
What? We're working.
Who are you talking to?
Thank you for telling me.
Who are you talking to?
Dan, or whatever the other guy's name is.
Okay.
He was the one telling me earlier.
Who doesn't want to tell you? Like if there's
Travis, because I was like, what is that? What is that? And you kept going. I was like, yeah, I'm trying to follow your argument, and I couldn't because you're using these words.
Okay.
Like now I know what they mean.
No,
thank you for explaining that.
I apologize if I was going too quickly. Yeah. I don't ever mean to do that. But I was just trying to say that okay, you are the way you come about discerning whether something's true or not is happening in a particular way, kind of like with your gut. And sometimes maybe you're not.
I'm sorry I said my gut, but that's just the initial thought. After that, you fucking do your research. Do both sides.
I'm just further.
Okay, but wait, Travis, 1 second. At what point do you say, hey, maybe my gut's wrong. Maybe I should.
When I'm reading. Sorry to yell. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We're not trying to attack you here. We're just we're trying to
Yeah, you're saying like my gut might have like influence on my research. My gut might have.
I use my gut too. When I said that Trump said he would suspend the Constitution, I was using my gut and holding that as a claim because I was under the impression he actually said that because I heard something somewhere, and apparently I did not investigate it enough. And then I repeated that claim, and I was wrong, right? And then when you challenged us on it, I was like, shit, I better double check this and make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. And I wasn't necessarily talking out of my ass, but now that I look at the quote, I don't believe he said that. So, like, the thing is, I am just as bad at it too. When we get these things that we hear that sound like they're really good for our position or bolster our position, we got to be like, okay, if I'm going, you don't have to do this for every single claim in the world, right? But if I'm going to make a claim on Trump saying that, what did he say? If I'm going to say that Trump said he was going to suspend the Constitution, I better have the damn quote, right? Because otherwise, I'm having a conversation with you and I go, oh, Trump said this, and you ask me for evidence, and I go, oh, damn, he really didn't say that, did he? And now I realize I am not holding my beliefs I'm not holding good beliefs because my beliefs aren't even true. And if I can't prove my beliefs to myself, then how the hell is anyone else ever going to be convinced of what I'm saying?
And
No,
I also
I get you. And
I want to take a second because we have a lot of people listening and we have some people in the room here. One of the most important things you can do as a thinker is to try to learn how to articulate in the academic format what what's going on in your thinking, what's going on with regards to your beliefs, with your epistemology, your own theory of knowledge. So one thing that can really help is studying criterias of truth. I'm going to give everyone this link, but this will help you to be able to articulate how it is you go about discerning what is true, the criteria you use to come to truth. And you're going to realize that there are many different criterias of truth that have been studied in philosophy because we all apply different ones at different stages of our lives. Now, for example, like science relies on correspondence criteria of truth. What we've been talking about here with Pappy is more of like coherence criteria. When something seems coherent to you, internally it feels as though something's true. And some people rely a lot on coherence criteria to inform their own truth. But there's truth based on tradition. There's all kinds of criterias in truth in philosophy. So do learn that so you can better articulate to people what you mean by truth in whatever context you're claiming something to be true. And that's just a little bit on truth.
yeah.
Truth
What's
sucks,
the word?
bro.
Oh, how do you spell? How do you spell
Here,
it?
I just sent you.
Yeah, it's in the.
Oh,
chat.
my Discord's all fucked up. I just
DM'd you.
Pop out. What does popped out mean?
I just DM'd you. So epistemology is the phrase used in philosophy to talk about knowledge and what knowledge is, the study of knowledge. And right above that, I sent you a Wikipedia link to criteria of truth, which is a good starting place.
All right. But like I said, like conspiracies, I get what you mean. If you want to talk about conspiracies, that's a whole nother thing. I don't know how to explain it. Like the reason we have Trump in office is because of all these lies. Because of all these, we're unable to trust anything and anybody, and that's why we ended up with Trump.
I agree that has been a problem for a lot of people. I personally, and I think a lot of the people in this room have been saying that we have developed ways of finding sources that we trust that are, rigorously verified through specific processes, So it's interesting to me. A lot of people in this chat seem to be agreeing on a certain way of thinking about how January 6th and everything went down. And there's people that are disagreeing, and it's the people that don't seem to have that criteria worked out.
Oh, bitch.
What are they saying on
Am
YouTube?
I unmuted? I didn't know I was unmuted.
You're muted.
Sorry. I literally thought I was so muted.
Good timing.
Okay,
I assume she was talking to her friend.
I don't know if she's just fucking around, but she just yelled bitch into the thing, so you're gonna get another 30 minutes off.
That's all I heard too. I was like, what?
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, just have like the two fundamental rules at Pangburn when you're gonna come and engage here. Good faith, so bring truthful intentions. Be true about your intentions, and number 2 is be helpful. So, screaming into the mic, yelling bitch, whatever. This is not helpful.
And a rule I set for myself is when I'm frustrated, I mute and then I let out my frustration.
Exactly, because then
how's the election
moderators
going?
don't even know, and neither does your interlocutor.
It's getting pretty close for Trump, but I don't think that the results will be in until tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
Travis,
it is
do you have an
looking.
update?
They're gonna bust another 2020.
Yeah,
The betting markets are pretty heavy.
With Trump?
I mean,
99.9 if you bet money.
Oh no! Hey, did you see what happened last time with the bets? Imagine if you had Kamala winning.
Yeah, you could make a fortune.
Plus 1,200.
That's crazy.
It's like a solid
We
Trump
still
win.
got. Yeah, we still got Nevada, Arizona.
Has anyone
Minnesota,
officially
Wisconsin,
called the
Michigan.
election yet? I don't see that yet.
No one's called it. Polymarket is. I just watch the money because it tends to.
CJ Buckyballs.news has called it for Harris. Called it yesterday.
Republican
it's just
sweep
my-
is at 73%.
Well,
That's
How
just
much
my expectation.
percent?
I don't think it's actually
It's
that.
73.
Okay.
well, here's what's going to happen. Kamala has to take Arizona, right?
And that's my
One
state.
is Pennsylvania.
Well, currently, Polymarket has 91% odds that Trump wins every swing state.
Wow.
That's Polymarket? Damn.
Yeah.
So Kamala,
if Trump
Kamala has to
wins
win
Pennsylvania-
Arizona and Pennsylvania, right? Which,
Yeah, she's not winning Pennsylvania. It's 99 for Trump.
yeah,
Michigan's
Trump wins
97,
Pennsylvania.
Nevada's 96.
She's only so it's 90%
Or 5
reporting,
points.
yes, but she's 200,000 behind. I mean,
No,
stranger
I'm
things
talking
have
about where the
happened.
money. I'm talking about the betting odds. So these
Oh.
people know exactly what's reporting, how much is left.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, does
She's at
anyone else?
214.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Well, let's ask
Polymarket's
chat, you
been
guys. We
super
have we have
accurate.
500 people listening to us right now. Everyone in the YouTube chat, drop your pick. Who's going to win this thing? Let's see it right now. Boom, 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 boom. Trump or Harris?
Oh,
It's
I was going to say drop a like on the.
Trump's won it.
No.
No, I should say it's
Drop a like
90.
on the screen too.
Ay.
Yeah.
Is there anyone here that actually supports Trump?
Again, it's like you don't support any candidate. You just hate the other one more.
I supported a candidate this year.
I supported RFK.
Shit.
I supported Chase Oliver. I love.
I would have gone for Tulsi Gabbard. But
Oh yeah, I would have supported her too.
I love that.
You could have voted for her. I mean, nothing's stopping you, right?
I mean,
Well, you have to vote for Trump to get the other people. But you
Yeah.
hate voting for Trump. It's like
Okay, well, this
Again.
is interesting. We got a whole bunch of people in the YouTube chat voting, saying tie.
Hi,
You
really?
bastards.
That's funny.
I don't see that. I saw one tie. This guy.
I'm down.
I
with
see
that.
the majority
If the elections-
Trump.
If the elections are
Just
this
Trump's,
close, they're
Yeah, I
within
think majority Trump.
51%.
Yes.
I think we should make it a tie. Should make both people have to run the country together.
And they have to
And
share,
let's both
they have to
signatures
share
around
an
the- yeah.
office and a desk.
And
That's
the
pretty much
bedroom.
what we do already. Anything that's bipartisan.
okay, here's a question
Bad.
for you. Who wins the popular vote?
Harris.
Trump.
Harris.
Wrong. 99% for Trump on poly odds.
Holy shit.
I think it's
shocked
going to be
me.
Trump.
Shocked.
I think Trump is going to get a popular vote, but I don't think he's going to win. He might, but I don't think he will win.
Did you see it?
Trump will. Harris will win, but Trump will get popular vote, in my opinion.
Oh,
It's
they
probably going
just
to be
called
wrong.
that Trump won.
Who did?
I don't know. I just got a text. They just called the election. Trump won.
Oh, you got a text. We just talked about standards.
I was gonna say,
Getting a text is not standard of truth.
Homeboy, man.
I just got a text.
reporting what I'm
Therefore I
seeing.
believe it.
I'm now checking it, but
Reported when you
Benson.
checked it.
Damn, it's already moved.
Hey,
Simba,
I mean-
that's the entire point we were making earlier. Like one text from your friend is
I'm just
not.
I'm not claiming it as a standard of truth. I'm just saying I just got a text that they called the election.
It's okay. It's okay. Simba just
fair,
boosted
that's
the YouTube algorithm for us. It just went crazy.
I'm helping out. I'm doing my
What, the
part.
comments came in?
hey, look, all I'm saying is last night I had a dream.
Yeah, let me find out which
It's over-
network.
67%, so there's more vote out.
Who called it?
A lot of it.
Oh, you guys,
Oh, wow, this is a long
text
response.
in. Donald Trump has been confirmed to be the Lizard King.
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah, confirmed. We got to do fake. We got to do fake text receipts all night. Just boost the.
Wait, how many electoral
Fox.
votes are there?
So Fox News called it.
Oh, Fox News did.
Oh, of course they did.
So you
They
know,
did that shit
Trump
last
called
year.
them,
Wait, but
like-
but to be fair, Fox News does have a good track record.
they do
yeah,
have a good
they-
track record.
Yeah.
No,
So
they
they
called
just
Trump.
called Pennsylvania
Uh,
and the election. So yeah.
Last year,
Decision desk.
Fox News. Last
See,
year,
guys,
Fox News
my
called.
texts are pretty accurate because they're coming from
Let-
sources that are accurate, that
That
are
is
on the
evidence-
campaign trail.
That is evidence that
Okay,
whoever
I know-
texted Simba is Jesus Christ.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Travis.
But I know you're trolling, but in 2020, Fox also called it for Trump, I believe. And
No, I
You know how
thought
that-
I thought they didn't. I thought they didn't.
No, I don't think
Oh,
they
didn't?
called it. I don't think they called it. I think Trump called it for
maybe
Trump.
something else.
Yeah,
Oh,
Fox News
maybe
didn't call it
that's
for Trump.
yeah.
There's
That
a
might
whole
be true.
controversy about that.
Trump definitely claimed victory beforehand, which I thought he would tonight, but luckily this happened.
He's gonna now call victory.
Well, he can because we know Alaska's going to go Trump. So he won.
Alaska is going to go Trump. Yes.
Well, that's the election. That's 270.
Yep.
And the rest is just bonus.
Wait. Oh yeah, with PA. Yeah, if he takes PA. PA is not. I mean.
It's called on Fox News. FoxNews.com has PA called.
Yeah, I mean,
Trump
it's
projected.
likely. It is likely. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
look.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's going to be another Trump presidency here, folks. What do you all think?
Well, the AP
I project
says
that
Trump
he'll have
hasn't
over
won yet.
300 electoral votes.
What do I think? I'm not happy about it. Not at all. I think it's gonna be a test. I think it's gonna be a test for the American people. I think it's gonna be a test for American institutions, and I think that those who were tasked, the failure of government is of our political institutions is clear tonight.
I don't think anything crazy is going to happen. I'm just so disappointed. I'm just so disappointed.
Your candidate doesn't win. Travis
He
has
should
your
have
back.
never been allowed. He should have never been allowed to be candidate.
What are some
Like
good
he's.
things?
Even despite that, it's so disappointing that so many people voted for someone that made executive actions that were called unconstitutional. You know, it helped out in January. To me, it's so ridiculous.
Are you with it too, Simba? Trump
Am I
20. I see you dancing.
Well, Trump won. I'm happy.
I'm happy.
I have a huge
I just want to
holding
share it
in
with
Tesla.
somebody.
I have a huge holding in Tesla. I sort of banked on this.
Oh yeah, because now Trump gets to make sure that Musk is pardoned for all the crimes he's committed. It's great. It's great. We love to see it, folks.
Yeah,
love to see it.
Let's talk
Just so
about
you can
billionaires.
benefit monetarily. That's
Yeah, like
great.
Overnight.
Let's talk about billionaires funding political. Let's talk about billionaires funding political campaigns, and then now everyone's obviously look. Now that Trump won, my Tesla stock is going to go up. Honestly, that was that's kind of like ill. I get an ill from that. I'm happy Trump won because my Tesla stock is going to go up because the billionaires who supported him did this to me.
I'm happy my
Good for
neighbor
you.
got killed.
Good for you. I'm so happy for you.
My portfolio
I'm
grew
actually
by
happy.
3%.
I'm happy for Musk because I think it's actually good for humanity.
Well, I think that's a conversation for a different day. But I mad disagree.
I think so. I think that the whole foreign affairs is going to chill out now.
Hey, you know what?
I think
I'm
so.
all for it. Let's see.
That was one of my big issues with Trump. No new wars.
How long do you think it'll take Trump to stop the war in Ukraine and
Tomorrow,
stop the
he
war
said.
between Israel and
tomorrow.
Gaza? Tomorrow? Oh, yeah, but he did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He said day one. He said before he even steps into office, he'll have these wars completely solved. Didn't he say that?
Uh-oh, I'm getting the text messages too.
Well, you can't actually hold them to what he...
Oh my God.
On whose side? On whose side? Is he going to challenge Putin, or is he going to go be best friends with Putin? Because if he does that, what do you mean? What do I mean? If he goes, if he goes to align with Putin and not with Ukraine and NATO, that's a big problem.
For who? He doesn't even like NATO.
The world.
You know that Trump doesn't even want to be part of NATO.
I think he's going to threaten both of them.
NATO is so important. The fact let's get rid of NATO is insane.
Why is NATO important? They're like we're like the baddies of the world.
What do you mean? Why
Again, this is like going to my conspiracies. Like we're the ones attacking Syria, Libya, overthrowing governments.
Okay.
Is that not true though?
Okay.
What did we do
Russia
in Libya?
did not attack Syria?
What did we do in Libya? We're still in Syria. We have a third of the country.
You asked a question, then you want to answer it. That's fine. You can ask yourself a question and answer.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm just saying.
You guys, let's try to ask each other or make claims. Let's try to make our voices heard clearly, and then let's get the responses.
Okay.
Okay, you brought up Syria, because I want to take up one of the points that you brought up.
Syria.
If we're going to make points, let's try to make them one at a time, or at most two at a time. Right? The Syria thing. Was Russia ever in Syria?
Yeah, they were there defending, I don't know, against us. Because we sent in Taliban in there to fight Assad, whoever was in charge of Syria.
They intervened in the Syrian civil war.
We sent in those terrorists.
Okay.
We were fighting Assad, so we funded some jihadists, and then Russia got involved.
I'm just saying.
Well, you looking
Syria
it up?
is also we were both involved, so you can't like go, oh well, Russia good, America bad. When we both got involved in a civil war, we shouldn't have been involved in the first place, right?
We shouldn't be involved in any of that shit over there. We should be
No,
isolation.
brother. No. Isolationism is the reason why FDR turned around boats and let the Nazi Party do what it did in Germany. Isolation has been a failed policy globally, so let's stop that.
Okay.
NATO.
Hey, what you got, Brandon?
NATO ensures a alliance between Western allies to support our specific key interests in the world, and it's a deterrent to war. Because it's been a deterrent to war, which we haven't seen wars escalating since this time period. We've lived in the most peaceful time period. We have been living globally, through statistics, we're living through some of the most peaceful periods throughout history.
Let the historians speak.
Well,
Poppy.
On average, maybe, but let's go with
Whatever,
Benson.
I'm done with you. You're being rude.
Yeah, Poppy, just you don't have to antagonize someone like that. Passive aggressiveness is against the rules.
Apologies.
It's all right. Who is next?
Benson.
Guys, I'm going to try to be nice about this, but you really have to go look at world history in the last 100 years to realize that Russia is not an ally. Russian history and what has happened with communism and the breakup of the Soviet Union and what Putin's trying to do with Ukraine and the rest of it. You can be upset with Biden. You can call him Sleepy Joe or whatever you want, but right now they are a dictatorship and they are not our ally.
Technically, Ukraine's a dictatorship right now.
I agree.
Ukraine was democratically elected. Russia, Putin had his rival killed in prison in this last election. That is verified by multiple resources. If you don't believe me, go look it up.
I've seen all that. I followed that story. And
okay,
what about it?
But then it goes back to the epistemology point of like of what side we're believing and what information comes up. And to Don Don's point, it's absolutely valid that we can't do isolate. We're a global society, whether we like it or not. And has the U.S. intervention caused problems in certain areas of the world? We gave money to bin Laden and then he attacked us in 9/11. Things like that can definitely be debated. But this one here, like, it's just like Putin is meticulously trying where he can to send us misinformation online, to basically say, like, this is a hostile action by Ukraine and the rest of NATO, when he is the one who took over Crimea, which was an independent area, in 2014.
I know how the whole thing. Okay, so answer me this, sir. What was NATO's first intention? What were they founded for? What was the intention of NATO?
As Don Don said, to secure peace in the given area. And are you going to go with the point of stopping Russian imperialism, or what's your?
That was basically it. Yeah, that was basically it. That NATO was put there so that Russia wouldn't expand their borders more towards the west. And what has NATO done? We have expanded our borders east towards Russia, surrounding them. Same thing with what we're doing with China. I don't know why we're antagonizing the world.
How does NATO expand its borders? What mechanisms?
By taking over those countries.
No. NATO countries apply.
You know what I mean?
Countries. I don't know what you mean.
NATO. Country signs with NATO.
Stop.
Okay.
History teacher. How does NATO get nations to join it? Does it do it through military conquest? Brett, no. Right? Am I right? It doesn't do it by military. You have to be a part of it. You have to be a democratic nation. You have to follow specific regulations, and then you can join it. It's not some sort of like Putin, where he sends his military into Crimea and just takes over a land by force.
Did you hear what happened in Ukraine and why Crimea was being bombed and why Russia was stepped in? The historian, the teacher, knows what's going on over there. I mean, I heard the same story too. We just have different opinions on it.
No, share your information for the epistemological point of truth, but then I'm going to come back to Stalin.
Okay, what Tucker Carlson, he interviewed Putin. He was explaining as to why they're intervening with Ukraine joining NATO.
How do you trust Putin?
They don't want
1 second, your
nuclear weapons. They don't want nuclear weapons next to them. So, like, imagine if Russia had weapons in Mexico. If they had nuclear weapons in Mexico, what would we think of that?
Your source, Ukraine.
If they joined NATO, they would have a nuke.
Yeah, Russia didn't want NATO, Ukraine to have security from it. Right, you're literally listening to the words of a known dictator who assassinates his political rivals, and that's your standard of evidence for truth. But when
we don't do that. We don't assassinate our own.
Shut up. But when our government says something, it's just insane. Every middle of the conversation, and then you listen to what Putin has to say. Then when any other organization, when the president of the United States says something, that's a lie. When this institution says something, that's a lie. But when the words coming out of a known liar, Putin comes up, you just believe it's
not just him, though.
Stop. Okay. Let me finish. You just believe it's square. You have no standard of truth. You don't have one. You just believe whatever is convenient.
Says your epistemological truth.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the trolling or just
Stalin.
Ignorance.
Happy, the point I'll make, and I have to go because I have to still finish my lesson for tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm stressed about this. Tomorrow in school, I'm letting the kids research their colleges for next year because I have seniors. But the point I would make to look at history is to say that Stalin did not allow, and neither did the Soviet Union after the 50s all the way to it broke apart in 92. They did not allow Latvia, Lithuania, and the rest of the Soviet Union countries to break away freely. They had to do it through like aggressive acts of war to become independent countries. Partially when the Soviet Union broke up. Yes, but the point being is that Russia and China from Mao, from the 20th century, have a long history of non-democratic processes. And they have an incentive when Tucker goes over to interview them or wherever else it is to say, you're pushing our boundaries, you're pushing your boundaries. Meanwhile, through much of their history, they have not respected boundaries of given nations. Now, you can argue we've done that as well, but what Don and I are trying to say is that at some point you have to look at which country has tried to establish more global order, and the Soviet Union has not done that through a democratic process. Now, go ahead, because I already talked for a bunch.
Well, I was just going to say, since you said like the history of Russia hasn't done that, or that they have a history of doing that, technically, our new history is doing that. Again, like with us interfering in other people's elections, i.e. Ukraine, what's the one in Africa? The one... Sudan and Libya.
Maybe.
But anywho, what I'm just...
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and defend all of U.S. foreign policy. I totally agree with you. But in the regard of which is the greater evil to human civilization and a standard of like what is a global order, Russia and China, they silence critics within their borders.
Yeah. No, they're bad too. I'm not like on their side. I'm just saying like we're on their borders. We have military bases like on their borders. Like to me, like it's just a hunch thing. Like you know me, like the whole Trump thing. Like I don't really support him. I just had my hunch as to why are they attacking him. My hunch is like, why the fuck are we antagonizing the world? Why are we antagonizing Russia? You know, like why are we expanding NATO closer and closer to their borders? That's my hunch. Like I don't know too much. That's just like my That's something's off.
We are one of the main reasons that NATO for the longest time has been able to push back Russian interference, and the fact that for the longest time that has been much of their ambition through different presidencies in Russia is to bring in the former Russian Federation through force, not through democratic, because Russia is not a democracy now, or is China. Mm-hmm. They're authoritarian.
Okay. So we want to attack them because of that?
We have to let them know that if they want to keep that within their borders, that's, on their people, and maybe they're having, different things happen there, but they can't go into foreign nations and simply take them over and make them a part of their country. Now, again, have we messed in elections? Absolutely. But I have to put a stop mark because it's already 10:40 where I live, and because I have to go get ready for tomorrow. But work with your communities. Do positive around where you can, because to me that's where we use the best influence that we can. So,
peace, Brett. Peace.
All right, thank you, sir.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
But damn, that guy had some knowledge on him.
Hell yeah. So what's next here, folks? Those of you who live in the United States, does the outcome of this election change your life at all in any way? I know Simba was mentioning that, financially, economically, it's looking like there's going to be some positive things for him. Does anyone else have any positive outcomes? Or negative?
Oh, I'm reading the comments.
I would argue positive for the world.
Mm.
Like, I think getting rid of regulations, they're pretty the bureaucracy there is pretty tight. And I think if this Dodge department actually performs as I expect, we're going to see a lot of innovation happening.
Yeah.
I love your perspective, man. I
just got back from, it was about a month ago or 2 weeks ago, watching that rocket take off and land, and that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it only took them twice, 10 times the fucking budget of NASA to launch one rocket successfully. I'm being snarky, but I really don't think that he's very good at making rockets. He's okay at doing it. Yeah, he's okay at doing it at best, but he's not very fiscally sound.
not understanding fiscally sound.
At worst, at worst, it costs him twice as much to do a rocket than it costs NASA to do a rocket.
The ones he reuses over and over and over again?
The ones that he just finally... Okay, no. The ones that he's been sending to space cost twice as much as the ones that NASA was using. Okay? And the ones that he's and the ones that he's planning on reusing, he just got one to land.
The Falcon 9 that he reuses all the time. That puts 95% of all the payload from Earth into orbit.
Hey, Jordan!
95% of the payload is
Falcon 9.
That's right. What do you mean 95% of the payload? Wait, hold up. I think there was a miscommunication.
95% of the entire payload of Earth is done by SpaceX by weight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're doing a good job of it. That doesn't mean that they're doing a good job.
They do it at a fraction of the cost of Boeing. They have Boeing do it as well. I don't understand what you mean by a good job.
But they do it at a multiple of the cost that it took NASA.
I don't understand how you figure that.
Because
NASA
that's
was
true.
by far the most expensive.
I mean, we can figure this out, right?
Well, you can. You'll find out real quick. Okay. When you throw rockets away versus keeping them.
Okay, which rockets was he? Okay, are you saying that the Wait. Okay, 1 second. Are you saying that the rockets he's used to put 95% of the payload that's in space is currently reusable? And in what capacity? Okay, and in how much of it is reusable?
The first stage.
All of it, bruh.
No, first stage only.
Oh my god.
Oh, everything.
Yeah, but the first stage is... Okay, was the first stage not reusable for NASA?
No.
Okay.
NASA's completely unreusable, and it's just weight to put into cost of orbit. They're the cheapest by far per pound. NASA's not even close. Like, they have the SLS-2, which is the competitor, which is so fiscally crazy that they're going to get rid of it. That was their competing rocket.
How much, now here, just to twist this a little bit in the direction away from Elon Musk, how much do you guys think, and this is something we can't study empirically, really, but how much do you think the assassination attempt that Trump survived in such a public fashion, how much did that play into his apparent victory?
Huge.
How lucky is that it just nicked his ear?
So yeah,
just enough to give a bunch of blood.
A lot of people say it's fake.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, people, anyone saying it's fake, I mean, Pappy, I would have the same issues that I was having with you earlier about conspiratorial thinking. But but just seriously, like, do you guys think that was a really, that swayed a lot of people, or what do you guys think?
100% it swayed people.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
No, I actually do think that there was a certain amount of people that would have been swayed by that event, where they would want to see, like, the side that was trying to disrupt the democratic process in that way. They want to see them lose because of what happened. I think I just don't know how significant that would be.
This is interesting that you raised that point, because that was the single event that got Musk to support him. Like, within 15 minutes.
Right.
And that support, I don't know what the effect of that is, but he put a lot of money into that. What he did in Pennsylvania alone with all those town halls, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, and sure, if an icon, a public icon like Elon Musk is, if this is what he's claiming, I don't know if he did, but if he claimed that event caused him to support Trump, and the entire force of the richest man on the planet behind you can't hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think that. Although he does have a lot of people that hate him too for various reasons.
And then another reason I feel like it helped him out a lot was like, again, like I said, I hadn't voted for anybody. It's not I'm saying that it made me vote, but I'm sure like the conspiratorial people like me are like, see what I mean? They could probably think the establishment is trying to kill him, and they're like, fuck it, this is our way to, say fuck you, establishment.
Well, if it was the establishment trying to do it, they did a pretty shitty job. Well, I guess, or one could say it was pretty close, but
Yeah. Okay, so do you think the RFK files comes out now?
What was that?
What is that?
So the assassination on RFK.
Oh, a JFK.
JFK, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
JFK.
I think we already know the answer to that, and we've known it for a long time.
I don't know. Well, we got to say it out loud, otherwise then I'll sound like crazy.
It was Lee Harvey Oswald, just like it was reported, and I think that's what all the evidence supports.
I don't know that all the evidence supports it, but I'm going to be very interested to see.
Yeah.
Is that a genuine? I'm looking. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was just looking at your camera. I was like, I don't know.
No, I know. You've probably seen all the documentaries that I've seen, but you, like I said, like
I have not seen one, hun. I have not seen one. Because to me, I'm too old for that already. I mean, too young for that. It should have been solved already. And the people. Have you seen this show on Netflix? It's the conspiracy show. What is it called?
I want you to start watching that and study epistemology.
The way of thinking. I do need to find some new ways, some new things. What is that? I told you guys to fucking spell it out for me. Nobody spelled it out.
I DM'd you on Discord.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, but but now that you're connected to Pangburn, just start watching our events and our content, and
Will do, man. I'm like I said, I like learning, and
me too.
Even though I'm on the other side, it looks like on the right. But
hey,
I try to say.
Why do you say the other side? There's lots of people on the right here.
There's lots of people on the right.
I think it's just me and you, big girl.
At Pangburn. So,
but again, I don't.
Pangburn's for everyone. Yeah.
I don't know, but I like learning, and we need to. Like you said, I love that you said that. No matter what side wins, there's, light at the end of the tunnel. That hit home, man. Thank you for that.
I think it's important for people like I said at the beginning of this stream, that I would have voted for Kamala Harris for the reasons I gave. And, even though it doesn't seem that Kamala Harris is going to win, and I'm a Canadian anyway, so I'm affected in a different way than you guys. But what I would do in a moment like this is go look at, if you haven't studied the Trump policies on offer yet, go and see if there's anything there that you can be excited about. Surely there is something for you in the Trump.
Well, what if Kamala wins? Because it can still happen. Look at last.
I want to ask Simba a question. Simba mentioned innovation.
Mm-hmm.
Why would all of a sudden there be an explosion of innovation?
Well, I think if you look at Censorship, they had to wait 2 months for bureaucracy. The whole idea of how SpaceX innovates is through, often sending a rocket up, blowing it up, learning and redoing it. So this bureaucracy has been slowing it down. And there's a lot of bureaucracy if you get into it, what they've had to do. So I would say that getting rid of some of this bureaucracy that makes no sense. Obviously, we do need some degree of bureaucracy, but bureaucracy is all these rules that never go away. And it's like Gulliver's Travels. You have one string doesn't keep you down, but millions of strings really slows you down.
Okay. You're just talking about. So when it comes to, but that's different with Musk though.
They literally had a rocket that they built sitting waiting for 2 months to launch because of the FAA regulations. It took them 2 months to do the paperwork to launch a rocket.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, but I think I'm on the other side of the regulation argument, because regulations are also what makes sure that food is safe and cars are safe to drive.
Absolutely, that's why I say there's a required for regulation. It's just gotten so burdensome. So if we go to California, for instance, where it's regulated more than everyone, and it took Bill Maher 2 years to build a shed and cost $26,000 in regulations that he had to spend. That's over-regulating. There are
over-regulating, I'll agree with, but like so many people argue about just regulations in general. Like, come on, guys. You don't know when to do this, so you take them away.
Starspire, you're unmuted, I think. Oh, never mind.
I meant economic regulation.
I don't know if I would agree that taking away a lot of the regulations would spark more innovation.
Yeah, I'm trying
it would speed things up.
That's what I'm not talking about. I'm talking about economic regulation. How would that spark?
I'm not talking about economic. Like for SpaceX, one of the things is they had to give what is the likelihood of a rocket falling and hitting a shark, and that took 7 weeks because they had to get data from how many sharks are in a certain area, and then they had to do the same thing for whales.
Wait, are we saying that the guy in Palestine was?
At the same time, innovation without regulation leads to a lot of dangerous outcomes.
No one's arguing for no regulation.
No. You're saying that let's take away most of the regulations in order to spur innovation, right? Which in some aspects, I will agree with you.
Let's take away useless regulation to spur innovation. Yes.
Sure, but where do we draw the line of what's considered useless? If we have regulation that's there to protect the environment, is that useless?
Well, sure. Depends what country you're in, I guess. Because all countries have different regulations. So in Canada, we've regulated ourselves so much that we are not using our national resources and not producing what we could economically. Whereas the States did fracking, and where China doesn't have it, and they're out producing. And there's a line.
I live in China right now. That's why I had a hard time getting onto this Discord. I'm going to tell you this right now.
If you want to innovate, you just innovate.
Sorry.
If you want to innovate, you just innovate. I don't. Even if you regulate, if you come up with an idea, nobody's stopping you. Like if you're in your fucking garage, if you're in your garage building something, like the SWAT team's not going to kick it down and blow whatever shit you're building up.
No, they fine you.
Sure, but if your innovation results in something groundbreaking or life-changing or whatever, the fines mean nothing when the money comes rolling in.
They fine you.
That's
really.
Correct. Well, yes, SpaceX was just fined $150,000.
So what is it building, a bomb?
SpaceX was just fined $150,000 for putting water on the ground, drinking water, because it was against the regulations.
So you're telling me like a lot of people trying to innovate, come up with something, they're getting fined. They're in the garage, they're getting fined. Like their doors are getting kicked in and they're getting fined. Like a meth lab or something.
I don't think they kick the doors and they issue fines. And yes, millions of fines are issued all the time for breaking regulations. Like, you've probably got them.
That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit.
Okay. People. No. True.
Like people create shit. He's telling me people are fined like every day, all the time because of
every day somebody is probably being fined.
I'm gonna go on my fucking garage and I'm gonna put a couple of shit together.
Language, man. Come on.
We could pass. Just don't be mean.
He's just saying, like, okay, there's 300 million people in the U.S. At least one of them's getting a fine every day, correct?
I don't think that's unique to the U.S.
This court has gotten a fine for breaking some rule or regulation. Have you ever
people innovate, come up with new ideas, and they put their shit out there like more.
Ever heard of what lawfare is?
More in that proportion than
that ATF doesn't like, you get fined like within like 2 days.
Okay, here's an example. SpaceX is currently in a lawfare for not hiring.
A lot of fines are stopping regulation. That's bullshit.
Okay, no, hey, wait, Nivek, let him finish his point.
Yeah.
Okay, SpaceX is currently being fined. I would argue this is lawfare for not hiring asylum seekers because there's actual laws that say you have to. Also, because they're a national security and weapons manufacturer, they're not allowed to. So they're in violation of one of the laws at any one time because you can't have that and you can't have that. So they are actually in lawfare right now over that.
And who makes those laws?
I I would agree that that's kind of nonsense.
Bureaucracy. Fair.
Real quick. I just want to clarify something.
475
One second.
regulatory
I just
agencies.
I just want to clarify one word. What is lawfare?
Lawfare is when you use lawyers to stop things. So for like with RFK, they use lawfare. To keep them off the ballot.
Lawyer warfare.
It's using lawsuits to basically wage war against a person or company.
I just wanted to disambiguate that. Sorry.
Eating their financial resources.
SpaceX is getting fined only because Elon supports Trump. Like, be for real, dude.
Well, that's a argument. Sure, that would be lawfare then.
Simply because he's not with the Democrats, he can't be controlled. ASA doesn't get.
So that would be corporate lawfare, government lawfare. The same thing that happened to RFK for keeping him off the ballots was government lawfare. They didn't want RFK on the ballot, RFK Jr. So they spent enormous amounts of money to fight to keep him off the ballots, and then when he joined Trump, to keep him on the ballots. So he was constantly in court. New Hampshire, they created a law that no Democratic primary candidate could set foot there, or else he couldn't get electoral votes from any other states, just to keep RFK off the ballot in New Hampshire.
It was cutting regulation that put us in an economic crash in 08.
It was what?
It was cutting regulation that put us in an economic crash in 08.
Which one?
We're not arguing that regulations are good or bad. I agree that regulations are a requirement. The problem with regulations is there's 400 and some odd regulatory bodies in the U.S. and they keep adding them. So California is an example of.
There's too much. I think there's too much, and their powers are kind of overlapping with each other, creating confusion. I'll agree with that.
Yeah. So what you'd want is a department that sort of makes it a little more efficient. Maybe.
So you say you want more centralized power?
No, I want more efficient regulation.
Which requires more centralization.
Yeah.
Well, no, they have all the centralization. We just need to get rid of regulations.
If it wasn't regulated, the whole city would collapse, right? Because like costs would be and corners would be cut left, right, and center. We're not arguing for regulation. Trains will be dropping out of the sky.
He's not arguing for no regulation. He's arguing for less overbearing and arcane regulation that overlaps with other departments and other regulations that create legal traps that you can't come out of. That I'll agree with.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, hey, I'm required to build a handicapped parking spot. I'm required to build a ramp for wheelchairs. That's all well and good. But then if 2 or 3 departments come and look at this thing and tell me, hey, you need to have this ramp at X angle, and another department tells me you have to have this ramp at Y angle, who do I listen to?
So it's creating efficiency kind of, to have one department that oversees that aspect, not multiple departments.
But then again, that centralizes power because you need to have a single consistency, which requires centralized planning or a centralized organization.
If you refer to it as centralized power, where they all have the power right now and it's multiple agencies, all by the central government, I guess, delegating to multiple agencies. So to reduce the number of agencies, I don't know that it changes the centralization of power. It's still government. It's just not having overlapping agencies.
I don't get your issue with rocket science. If you fuck with rockets, a rocket can crash into a building.
Let's get through the first point. Nivik, let's get through the first point, and then we can move on straight to you. Yeah, I think that the discussion between Jag and Simba here is largely semantic. I also agree that if we're taking 5 agencies and we're simplifying them down to 1, 2, or 3. We are technically centralizing authority, and that we're taking it from a broader area and putting it down into a few areas that are more suited to handle a vertical structure, right? And we don't need this massive horizontal structure. I would consider that centralization. You're centralizing everything into a few more vertical structures. I think there's also another definition there. So I think it's probably just semantic there.
Yeah,
I think you guys are absurd. Like a fucking space program, of course, is going to be heavily fucking regulated. I mean, like they're putting rockets into the fucking sky.
Yeah,
I mean,
so they absolutely should be monitored how much water they spend.
Just launch a bunch of rockets up and let shit fly. Let's just see how that goes.
Yeah, but Novik, do you really believe that Simba is saying that SpaceX should have no regulation? I mean, he himself said that.
Well, he's just trying to straw man my argument, I'm guessing.
I know Novik. Like, he's trying to understand it, and like he's not trying to be rude.
Like, here's my perspective on what's going on with the rocket argument, okay? He's saying that there are too many constraining regulations that are overlapping and somewhat ridiculous or arcane, that it is strangling innovation. He's not saying, hey, let's not have regulation on the rocket industry. He's saying, hey, let's have more common sense regulations on the rocket industry so that we can promote innovation. Stuff like finding SpaceX or leaving water on a surface kind of can be construed ridiculous. But if the context of the situation is that the water was polluted in some way, had contained some form of toxins or poisons or whatever chemical compound, then yeah, fine. This definitely should be regulated. But if it's just pure H2O that's a result of the rocket being launched, then why are we fining them for just dropping water on the surface?
Well, this would be so if there was, let's say Texas had a regulation that you can't drop 1,000 gallons of clean water because they don't want floods. They wouldn't know that in Boca Chica, Texas, where you're on the ocean and you get that much rain every downpour, it doesn't really matter. So these are things that are just regulatory agencies, bureaucracies make laws and they make them very broad, not really thinking of all the implications of it.
My point
I
is
agree. Overregulation isn't cool. Some regulation is necessary, but I think a lot of people have a problem with overregulation, kind of like what happened to that squirrel that everyone's talking about.
There's a great example. There is a great example right there. Overregulation, and that guy loses his squirrel. That's
the space program in general. It's how it is with itself. It heavily regulates itself. Like when NASA does anything, it'll do it. It'll just repeat it and do pressure tests all the time. They could at any point just say, okay, we're ready to just launch and go with the finished product. They'll build it up, break it down, build it up, break it down, build it up, break it down. Like when I watch these NASA documentaries, they're super stressed. They're super harsh on themselves. When it comes to anything they do.
To be fair, NASA is an actual government agency, and if NASA wants to contravene some policy or
SpaceX is taking over,
NASA can't get its astronauts out of space, and SpaceX needs to save them. So
SpaceX is NASA. It's taking over.
SpaceX is not NASA. SpaceX is not.
They do the same shit. It doesn't matter.
SpaceX is a private organization.
Guys. Yeah, SpaceX is a private organization. NASA is ran by the government. And your argument is going to be extremely left or right on whether or not that's a good thing that space is being regulated by the government. You understand? Like, there are going to be people who argue that socialism is basically slavery through dependence on the government. You go and you give them all the power. You expect them not to abuse it.
Wait, stop. Wait.
And what happens when you socialize the space program?
Both of you. Okay. We can do socialism if everyone wants to do socialism, but I'm pretty sure
I'm saying that going and saying the government gets control over space, the government gets control over this, giving it away little by little, it becomes socialist. Okay, it's like, hey, we give the government all the power, right? And we expect the government not to abuse it. Okay, and you're going to have people who don't like that.
NASA does things to perfection, and they still have issues. They still would have crashes and and mishaps happen, and everything if I'm just like just to travel into space, you have to be perfect. You can't be. Their programming code. It has to. They everything they do. Because if you're off in an error in fucking space, you're fucked.
I have no problem with Amelia Earhart building rockets in the back of their thing and trying to make it into space. I actually have no problem with it as long as it doesn't harm other people.
You just
if it
want to
harms
launch
other people, there has to be some form of regulation.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna launch you into space and we're just gonna wing it and see how that goes.
Yeah, fine. I mean, if I decide to do that, I am an American and I have the right to do dumbass shit like kill myself trying to get to space.
Oh my God.
Starsfire, I agree. You have the right to send yourself to space, right? Okay,
and
but Nivik, do I, as a citizen, have the right to build a spaceship that sends someone into space that is not certified to go on course and not kill them, like Apollo 5 or whatever that blew up, or like that one Starship that blew up, or have a malfunction, so I've got to have a
the government
spaceship
do that and not the average citizen. My thing is, as long as you're upfront, honest, you're not intentionally harming them. They know the risks, and kind of like the people who went into that submarine. They knew the risks. They did it.
Okay. Wait.
There is regulation for submarines for a reason.
You're not harming nobody. How you know you're not going to harm anybody?
Like, okay, you want to argue about do you have the right to send a rocket into space? Okay, let's go on that line. Do you have a right to build a rocket in your backyard? Sure, let's say yes.
As long as I'm not harming other people.
Who's liable if your rocket explodes and the 5-year-old next door or the 5-year-old 5 blocks down the way dies?
I am
You're liable, but you're dead.
You take on the responsibilities of your actions.
The whole block. He's going to take the whole city block.
Nivik, let Jack.
This got really far from where I was going.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. My thing is, yes, there needs to be regulations if it harms or threatens to harm other people. It should not be a government overreach. It should not be over the top. It needs to be fair and reasonable. But at the same damn time, if some weirdo goes and builds a rocket into space from his cornfield and tells the people in the air, like, hey, airplane people, I'm going to rocket this thing. It's going to land right here. What the fuck ever. He has the right to do so as long as he's not harming his neighbor's corn.
I'm not sure anyone's actually
that's
disagreeing with
pumping
that.
thousands and thousands of pounds of liquid rocket fuel into a thing doesn't constitute a threat to his neighbors or anything around him?
It does if that scenario plays out. Like if it's that kind of rocket and it freaking does. But what if it's
What do you mean if it's that kind of rocket?
See, that's just it. It's one thing if it's rocket fuel. It's another thing if it ends up being a hydro fuel cell that shoots out water. It depends on the scenario.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, Star. If I have a rocket that can go to space, if that rocket blows up on the ground, it can harm a lot of people. Do you agree?
It can. It might.
It can. It can. And from what we know from space, and from
but it's in a cornfield.
Nivik, from
what if it's in a cornfield?
Okay, stop.
It's at the forest.
I'm joking.
Stop.
I'm not.
Stop. Okay. I have this rocket, right? Now, we know space travel is really hard. If I don't get everything right, something's going to go wrong. And if something goes wrong with a rocket that's meant to go to space, it can cause a large explosion. Now, maybe I do launch it from a field that I know isn't going to catch on fire, that nobody's around, and if it blows up on ignition, it's not going to kill anyone but me. Let's assume that for a fact. Okay, first off, we still have to account for any environmental issues that might occur if that thing blows up and how that's going to affect everyone around us. But even ignoring that, if I go halfway into space and then something happens and my rocket goes off kilter and goes into either a populated area or even by extreme chance hits an airplane or something, like that's an issue. Do we agree?
Well, yeah, but you have to see.
Wait, stop. Wait, I have one more point. we
Okay, go ahead,
agree
go
that
ahead.
would be an issue, and we agree that it's very hard to get these things to do what they want. So there's a high, if something's wrong, there's a very high chance that something very bad could happen if someone's in the way of it. So why should we not just
Because
have
the
someone
Wright brothers.
Wait, why should we not just have someone check just in case?
Okay.
Why should we not have a flight path approved just in case?
We would, obviously.
We would obviously,
We
but
should.
my point. Okay, we would. I'm talking about government overreach. You are going to extremes, and I'm going extremes in order to make
I'm not
our
going to
point.
extremes.
But
This
is
something that we
let
both
me
agree is
fucking
basic.
finish. Well, I heard
Sorry.
you. You
No,
spoke
it's
over
your
me
turn. Go
several
ahead.
times.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So my argument is, as long as it's not extreme, it's understandable. But when you go in and make it where the government is the only one that can create rockets, we have a fucking problem. And I don't agree with it because of the fact I believe in innovation and discovering new frontiers, because there was Amelia Earhart's and the Wright brothers who flew for the first freaking time, because of Henry Ford, and because of people who came before us, because of the first people who used submarines. They all took risks.
Yes. We understand.
Can I ask you a question? Just a simple question.
What?
SpaceX is a private company that builds rockets.
Yup.
So who's stopping them from building rockets?
I wouldn't.
Well, but no one is my point.
Yeah.
Blue Horizon is a private company that builds rockets.
That was my first argument. The innovation still happens. She's arguing to fly the rocket wherever she feels like it.
Yeah, if I want to take that rocket to Mars, so be it.
My point to her is your argument that the government is overreaching and preventing people from doing these things is kind of moot.
Yeah, I'm not saying they are. I was making the argument that they shouldn't, because someone was talking about how NASA should be a thing and SpaceX should not. And my thing is I'm like, fuck that. Private entities making rockets need to exist.
And,
Hold on,
and
but
Elon
NASA,
Musk made
NASA has
Elon
an
Musk.
Go ahead.
Elon Musk made the argument that regulations were stopping him.
Yes.
Okay.
NASA isn't just a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
All right, real quick, guys.
No, my best friend is an engineer.
Star, 1 second.
At NASA, so
Okay,
I understand.
Star, Eli. Okay, you had a point. Can you go? And then I'm gonna try to get us back on track after you, Eli.
Yeah, I just said the FAA was trying to block SpaceX's Starship, their license to launch.
That sucks.
Okay. So, real quick, Simba, I wasn't necessarily paying attention during your original argument, but is there something from your original argument that you didn't think was addressed or wanted to go back over?
Well, they went off my original on several things.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it back.
There was several things that were actually illegal for SpaceX to do and for SpaceX not to do by different regulations and different regulating departments. So no matter what they did, they were in violation of someone. So that is a problem.
Were those fair regulations, or was it government overreach? That's my question.
It was government. So government it's about 417 different regulators, and they have to deal with hundreds of them for SpaceX because they're involved in so many things. And some of the regulations actually have opposite illegals from the different departments. So one of the hiring ones was you have to hire asylum seekers. You have to have a certain percentage of them if you're a big company of over 10,000 or something. And the other one is if you're a national security contractor, you cannot hire anyone that's not a U.S. citizen. So they are in violation no matter what they do. And they had to go to court over it because one of the agencies says you're not hiring them and the other agency is saying you're hiring them. And that court case cost them like $50 million. When you have more lawyers than engineers, that's a red flag.
Yeah, that's my problem too, is too much bureaucracy. When you give a government all kinds of fucking power, what ends up happening is bureaucrats. And bureaucracy isn't fun. And a whole bunch of legal red tape that is unnecessary or redundant is also ridiculous. And it's also horrible for taxing the civilians, because like, who's paying for all of this redundancies and all of this ridiculousness that ends up happening? The common taxpayer.
Are you anti-law?
I'm not anti-law. I'm anti-nonsense.
Yeah,
like,
common sense. This would be common sense.
I can call law government overreach.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
It sounds like
Nivik, we're not. Nobody here is saying that we should get rid of all laws. It seems like what some people here are saying, and what I've actually said for a long time, is we probably shouldn't have redundant laws. And
I don't know what it means by government overreach. It's like whatever I feel like doing is government overreach, what's
okay. Who wants the FAA, for example?
I'm with that should be held up as a law.
When everything becomes illegal.
Yeah.
Who was it? Stalin's head minister that said, "Show me the person, I'll show you the crime." You have enough laws on the books, everyone does something illegal all the time.
Yeah.
You going about your life that imposes on other people is overreach in itself, right? Like if I had the Ebola virus and I walk into the room just because I feel like it, and people say, "Well, you shouldn't do that." I mean, like, that's me imposing on the liberties of other people.
I'd like to see you walk outside of your house with the Ebola virus. Go ahead and try.
Let's argue on my frame and say that your argument.
I want to drive. I don't like speeding.
Nivek, let him finish.
So let's use your argument that there is a law that says you can't give me Ebola, but then there's another. Do you see where the problem would be if you had laws that were counteracting? Which is my argument.
There are laws that you can't do whatever you want because it could endanger others.
Okay, wait, Nivek. Guys. I think you're missing the point. If there's a law that says I have to drive on the right lane of the road, right? If I have to drive on the right side of the road, and then there's another law that says I have to drive on the left side of the road, then we should get rid of one of those laws, correct? Do you agree?
Or should both laws exist?
We're not saying we get rid of both laws. We're saying we should get rid of them, or have one agency make a decision.
I don't get your argument. I'm not the person that's saying that we should. I'm not the person crying about government overreach.
Nivik, I'm trying to explain the overreach.
I right here is Nivik.
I'm trying to explain. Okay, the only reason I'm saying Nivik is because I'm trying to explain it to you. Myself. Because you're saying you don't understand it.
Okay, Nivik, since I'm the one who kept on using the term government overreach, I will answer you.
That's a good answer. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say that we should probably all try to have the same goal of attempting to understand each other more than trying to win an argument. So I don't know what your argument is. But my argument is that sometimes bureaucracy, the government, right? The government gets in the way of common sense and literally charges us through the yin-yang in order to do it. And sometimes it's not good to give government all of your power and let them make all of your decisions and micromanage, because you end up with all of these dumbass laws that make no sense. I'm not saying laws should not exist. I'm saying that, like, it doesn't have to go extreme.
I just came in here, Starfire. Are you a Kamala supporter?
I am a independent. I am not a Kamala supporter. I'm also not a fan of Trump, but I voted for him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
that's pretty obvious. I mean, like, I could have answered that question for you. I'm
an independent. I wanted to vote for RFK Jr., who used to be a Democrat, and left the Democratic Party because it no longer represented it.
All right. Let's go to Nivik's response to your answering of what government overreach is. And just so Peter, you've got a lot of interference coming through.
Oh, that means my.
I don't know. What's her it's like according to her, what is and what isn't. You know what I mean? According to her, I'm not really sure what exactly that is. I mean,
Okay,
like maybe
you
like
asked her.
maybe. Oh my God, bro!
You asked her position, and she
I
gave her
can't finish
position.
what I say.
Right? Go ahead.
Her talking about overreach. I don't know. I'm not sure about her definition of overreach. It could be how it suits her. It's kind of like and F everybody else. Like everybody.
Exits common sense when it is no longer common sense and no longer makes it unnecessary. I consider it overreach.
He understands. He
Agents come
understands
to your
your
house
position.
and kill your pets. Is that overreach?
Yes.
Okay, so
He didn't have rabies. It was unnecessary.
7 years
Nivik.
that pet lived there.
Nivik, am I correct in saying that your position? Oh shit. 1 second. Am I correct in saying that your position right now is just that? Yeah, that is her usage of that word, but you don't necessarily agree with it. Is that what you're trying to say, Nivik?
I'm not sure what overreach is and isn't.
Okay.
It's kind of like saying like this is okay, but it might be according to her, and in a way that's it's at others' expense. See, overreach can be both ways. Overreach can be of an individual imposing another person's freedom.
Okay, people unnecessarily be considered overreach.
I'm just saying, like, you got a scale. You have one side where you're saying that that is of the government, and where they could be going too far in imposing on your freedom. But you have the other side in where you have an individual that can potentially go too far in imposing on another person's freedom. So I have to know, like, when is the government in the right in where you're not overreach, when you're not in the right in what you're doing, where you're probably imposing on a person.
If you're I guess what you are low key asking is what my underlying
I think
what
he's
my
asking you to
reasoning.
define common sense.
Yeah, okay. Common sense or my underlying moral compass of what I consider legally acceptable or legally unacceptable, okay, is if you are intentionally harming others for your own benefit with malicious intent, you are an evil fucker and that should be illegal, whatever the fuck you're doing, right? Intentionally harming others for your own benefit, okay, and with malicious intent, any of those actions should always be illegal. Okay. Now, when it comes to harming people without malicious intent, that's a gray zone in which you need the legal system. If it harms nobody, then people need to leave you the fuck alone.
All right, and just as a quick aside, Nivik, I'll make it quick, okay? So, what she's saying is not objectively true, okay? It's not going to be the truth for everyone. It's just her opinion. So, yes, what she's saying might not be true for everyone. Everyone might not agree. She's just saying what she believes. It might not be true for everyone.
Yeah, that's my stance.
You can be reckless and not intend to kill anybody. But you can be reckless and not intend to kill somebody. You can be reckless and not intend to kill somebody. Hey, I just drove this tank to this building. I never intend to harm anyone when I did it.
That is a gray area and should be dealt with by the legal system. The gray shit like that needs to be dealt with by the legal system.
Yeah. Okay,
the innocent shit the innocent stuff, the stuff that harms no one, you're not hurting anybody, you're minding your own business, and they are still fucking with you, there's a problem.
Jax.
Can I interject?
Go ahead,
I
Jax.
think common sense is a misleading term because common sense isn't common. What you think and what I think don't interject, and we can't call it common. What I'm going to say is subjective sense is one term. Mm-hmm. But in terms of government overreach, I think the word isn't what's common sense, it's what's reasonable.
Okay.
That's the more important word. Because reasonable, like most people can agree with what is reasonable. You don't kill somebody. You don't steal from somebody. Generally, that's reasonable beliefs, right?
I don't think
And
most people would agree on reasonable.
But when we use terms like, government overreach, it's not that they're doing stuff that's against common sense. It's they're reaching over what would be the reasonable implementation of a law, the reasonable implementation of a regulation. And I would agree that governments that go beyond what's a reasonable interpretation of the law or a regulation or a statute is too much. But that's also why we have the judicial system that holds the government in check for when they do overreach, when they do go beyond what's reasonable.
Very well said.
That's fair. I agree.
Vivek, did you? Okay. Well, Simba, did you have something you wanted to say first? Are you good?
No, I was just listening to Trump's victory speech.
He's already giving a victory speech?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, Vivek, did you have anything you wanted to contribute?
But it still gives me the creeps.
Well, reasonable depends on the person and and their how capable they are reasonable.
Yeah.
And
Sure, but even courts assume reasonable is generally the majority of the population is what's considered reasonable. Right? Driving a car in a urban environment with no speed sign, it's not reasonable to believe that you should be driving your car 75 miles an hour in a residential area, even though there are no speed signs. Because there's reasonable risk involved with you hitting somebody, a person pulling out of their driveway, a kid running across the street, whatever. These are reasonable things, right? And now, I would agree that reasonable doesn't apply to everything, but they have to have some sort of basic baseline.
All right, guys, we are going to be.
I think that you articulated that a lot better than I did.
We are going to hang on. We are going to be ending the live stream in a couple minutes here. If anyone has any last thoughts, you guys will be able to jump down to the to Trav's Tavern if you want to keep chatting. I'm sure there will be people on for
Trump won, but don't forget about Ukraine. That's all I have to say before it ends.
All right.
Don't Yugoslavia, Ukraine. Yeah, that.
Any other
my last parting comment is: no matter what happens in these next 4 years, to those who put them in power, remember this is what you deserve.
All right.
Yeah. Well,
be a good person.
I had to vote for him.
Yeah. Well. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much for joining us for our live stream where we featured the discussions on the 2024 election, and it looks like it will be President Trump for 4 more years in the U.S. Be sure to drop a like on this stream on your way out for freedom of speech, for good faith, helpful discourse, and we will be doing these live streams more often on this channel. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we also hope you subscribe to the YouTube channel. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for hosting us.
You bet.
CJ Bucky, I posted those videos in the chat for you.